Okay, we're going to convene the Committee on Finance to continue our informational briefings. Today we have Department of Land and Natural Resources. Welcome.
Thank you. Aloha mai kākou, Chair Yamashita and Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the House Finance Committee. My name is Don Chang, Chair of the Board of Land and Natural Resources, also Chair on the Commission on Water Resource Management. Also present is Governor's nominee, First Deputy Ryan Kanakaole, and Dean Ueno is the Acting Deputy to the Water Commission. Also seated with me today at the table is Cynthia Gomez. She is our Fiscal Office Management Officer. I also have available Cardi Chang, Chief Engineer, and Alice Schutte, our Personnel Administrator. Seated behind me, they always got my back, are the administrators for DLNR, and I would like to introduce them. If you could please stand when I call your name. Les Kubata, Registrar of the Bureau of Conveyances. Brian Nielsen, Division of Aquatic Resources. Ed Underwood, Division of Boating and Ocean Recreation. David Smith, Division of Forestry and Wildlife. Alan Downer, State Historic Preservation Division. I believe I have Kevin Moore and Ian Hirakawa with Land Division. Michael Kane, Office of Conservation and Coastal Lands. Jason Radula, Division of Conservation and Resources Enforcement. Kirk Cottrell and Alan Carpenter, State Parks. Puayu, our Homeless Coordinator, and I believe Dan Dennison is here. He is our Communications Director. Also present with us today are the administrators to several of the agencies that are administratively attached to DLNR. Michael Naho'opi'i with Kaho'olawe Island Reserve Commission. Hello. Leimana Damata, Executive Director with the Ahamoku Council. And John Komeji, Chair of the Mauna Kea Stewardship Oversight Authority Board. So, good morning. So, I just want to briefly go over my presentation today. I do appreciate the opportunity to brief the House Finance on DLNR's FY 2025 supplemental budget. Welcome back to a new year. First, I will be providing an overview of DLNR's mission goals and highlight our proposed budget requests and how we spent or are intending to spend our legislative appropriations from last year through a PowerPoint presentation that your committee should have received in advance. Then we'd like to proceed with answering any questions that your committee may have regarding our proposed budget. After that, after DLNR's presentation, we would like to provide an opportunity for administratively attached agencies, Kirk, Mauna Kea Stewardship Authority, and Ahamoku, to present their proposed budgets or answer any questions you may have. With that being said, I'd like to proceed with our PowerPoint presentation.
Please.
Thank you. First slide is DLNR's mission. It is to enhance, protect, conserve, and manage Hawaii's unique and limited natural, cultural, and historic resources held in public trust for current and future generations of the people of Hawaii name, its visitors in partnership with others from the public and private sectors. Next slide. DLNR's budget summary. We have an operational budget. Our total operating budget for FY 2024 was approximately $354,764,801. It's on table 2. Our proposed FY 2025 operating budget is approximately $348,820,2, also on table 2. DLNR's budget goal is to have sufficient capacity to manage our lands effectively and efficiently. We specifically request 1, raise our special fund ceiling to align with revenue increases so that we are spending money that we generate. 2, address staffing issues, including vacancies through our numerous strategies, which I will discuss. And 3, increase our base general funds to position DLNR to attract matching federal funds. Next slide is on DLNR CIP highlights. Our supplemental budget request is to prioritize fire suppression and emergency response equipment, as well as public health and safety projects. This is found on table 15. Next, I'd like to go over DLNR staffing. Next slide. Okay. So, to summarize, we accomplish our overwhelming responsibility with, we have 1,110 positions. 1,061 are full-time, 49 positions are part-time. But we do have a vacancy of approximately 301 positions, of about 27%. And that's on table 11. I know it's alarming, but I'd like to explain some of our DLNR staff recruitment and retention strategy. One, recruitment efforts from FY 2022 to 2023. There were 241 recruitments that were conducted, an increase of 11% over the previous year. We filled 219 positions for a 221% increase over previous years. That was quite significant for DLNR. Second, we have a recruitment and retention strategy for FY 23-24, but we intend to continue. It's to modernize classifications and recruitment system within DLNR. So we are not solely reliant on DHERD. Two, it also builds greater internal capacity with HR to take on more responsibilities, to recruit and hire, which helped us realize the position increase. Three, it's also to upgrade job classifications to align with increasing job complexity and retain staff. There are many positions where we'd ask for a reclassification, where we're asking to, that we'd like to move them into a higher classification so we can pay them more and retain them within the department. We're also trying to change minimum classifications to acknowledge our very unique mission, which is really INA-based. So we're looking at, rather than having a Western BA, MA, or PhD, they have INA-based equivalent. So we are trying to retain and recruit young people who prefer to be INA-based, especially in our rural communities. Third, we will continue to participate in job fairs, including holding our own. And fourth, we are utilizing telework as a retention and recruitment tool, especially for rural communities like Molokai, and especially with younger employees. In addition, our employees who telework must be authorized by the division administrators first. They provide justifications for telework, and they are evaluated to ensure productivity. Thus, we have a process to ensure accountability for those who are teleworking. I also finally want to discuss, I know that there has been some comments raised about, in particular, DLNR using RCUH. And that is true, but I'd like to explain why DLNR uses RCUH staffing, in particular for invasive species management. One, most of these projects are funded by federal or private matching funds on an annual basis. Thus, when the project is completed, positions are no longer needed. Two, we are through RCUH, we are able to provide immediate response to hotspots or situations of public health and safety. Three, they are able to work in areas that DLNR does not have jurisdiction. Again, invasive species, little fire ants, axis deer, coconut rhinoceros beetle. These invasive species have no boundaries. In addition, we tried, pursuant to requests by comments by the legislature regarding making our RCUH positions more permanent. So in this year's budget request, DAR, Division of Aquatic Resources, did request 24 positions to replace the RCUH positions. However, they were not approved. But we believe we have a strategy that appears to be working, at least last year, to address the vacancy and retention of employees, and we will continue that strategy. With that, that's my overall background on DLNR. Now I'd like to go into the individual divisions. Sorry, my throat is really dry. The first one is LNR 101. This is Land Division. Their mission is to manage state-owned lands. One of our major accomplishments in FY 2024 was Land Division began the demolition of Uncle Billy's using the governor's emergency proclamation and the $8 million of legislative appropriation. We greatly appreciate that. For those, it has made a difference on that Banyan Drive. This year, we are asking for the following. Next slide. Oh, no, this next slide. $900,000 to upgrade our PLTS system, special fund ceiling to increase for fringe benefits, CIP requests of $700,000 for Shangri-La breakwater removal, which is a public safety issue, $500,000 for East Kapolei TOD, and $6.1 million to complete the removal of Uncle Billy's. Next division is LNR 101, Office of Conservation and Coastal Lands. OCCL's mission is to regulate conservation district. Accomplishments of FY24 include they are fully staffed, brought several shoreline erosion actions to the land board. Some of you may have read in the paper the enforcement actions taken by the board last week, Friday. FY25, there are no additional funds requested. We will continue to move forward on beach nourishment and restoration projects in Waikiki and Honolulu. I don't think I'm nervous, but my throat is awfully dry today. But maybe I am nervous, I don't know. Next one is LNR 101. It is our Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Commission. Their mission is to provide policy and coordination support to state, county, federal, and other partners on climate change strategies. Their accomplishments last year include the convening of the climate conference, and they began working on an EPA climate action plan. For FY 2025, they are requesting 3 positions to address climate emergency and complete the comprehensive climate action plan. We received $3 million from EPA and a grant, which will position us this year to apply for a much larger grant through EPA. Next division is LNR 111, Bureau of Conveyances. Their mission is to ensure accurate, timely recording of all matters related to real property title in the state. Their accomplishments included to expand the digitization and indexing of Bureau of Conveyance documents, $1.2 million to support the reduction of the land court backlogs. FY 2025, we have no new requests. Next division, LNR 141 and LNR 8110, related to engineering division. Their mission is to provide engineering and technical support to DLNR divisions on the implementation of CIP projects. Last year, they implemented a majority of the $24.6 million CIP projects. They continue to do the dam safety training and inspections. FY 2025, they are developing an alternate contract delivery method to streamline and expedite the implementation of repair and maintenance projects within DLNR so that we can be much more responsive and process those R&M projects much more quickly. Next division is LNR 401, Division of Aquatic Resources. Thanks. In a little while, I'm going to have to use the bathroom. I'm drinking so much water. I apologize. It's one or the other. Okay. LNR 401, Division of Aquatic Resources. Their mission is to manage and conserve Hawaii's unique aquatic resources and ecosystems for present and future generations. Their accomplishments last year, they conducted rulemaking process on 5 sets of fishing rules, including the ocean stewardship user fee. They initiated ecosystem assessment of the marine resources after the Lahaina fires. And last week, Friday, they were able to approve the Kipahulu CBSFA. FY 2025, they are requesting an increase of $1.6 million for Ocean Stewardship Fund and $800,000 to support Sports Fish Special Fund to accommodate the new revenue. Next is LNR 102, 172, 402, 407, and 804. They all fall under the Division of Forestry and Wildlife. This is our largest division, and their mission is to protect, manage, and restore natural and cultural resources in collaboration with the people of Hawaii. Specifically, LNR 102, the Legacy Land Conservation Program. Last year, we got a ceiling increase of $1.5 million, which allowed the program to acquire and leverage, through additional funds, $8.9 million of acquisition of unique critical lands necessary for watershed protection and critical habitats. This included the Monowili acquisition. For FY 2025, there is no new supplemental request under LNR 102. LNR 172, Forestry Resource Management and Development. FY 24, we had allocations were permitted, again, for DOFAR to acquire and manage the Monowili forest lands. FY 2025, we are requesting $7.5 million to consider watershed and wildlife protection management, including critically endangered forest birds. Next is LNR 402, Native Resources and Fire Protection. Last year, one of our most critical programs, we received $1.5 million to HISC, Hawaii Invasive Species Council, for statewide invasive species control, including $500,000 for ant lab, $4.3 million for Kauai Nui Marsh predator-proof fencing. For FY 2025, the governor reinstated $10 million for fire emergency response equipment to replace outdated equipment, $7.4 million for recurring fire and emergency response operations for pre-suppression, $2 million for West Maui and upcountry fire suppression, and funds for critical infrastructure. LNR 407, Natural Area Reserves and Watershed Management. Last year, we received and spent $6.1 million for the Maui Access Deer Program, $5 million for fencing for watershed protection of forest lands. For FY 2025, we are not requesting any supplemental budget for LNR 407. LNR 804, Forest and Outdoor Recreation. Last year, we received $2 million for recurring trail maintenance for Na'alahele, and I know some of you were able to visit some of our Na'alahele trails. We greatly appreciate the recurring funds, as it now permits us to expand and open more trails and maintain them. We also received 4 additional positions, so again, mahalo for the legislature's commitment to Na'alahele. For FY 2025, we are not requesting any new funds for FY LNR 804. Next division is LNR 404, Commission on Water Resource Management. Their mission is to protect the water resources of the state. In FY 2024 accomplishments, they adopted the Maui Island Water Use and Development Plan, coordinated the Red Hill monitoring wells, continued to implement the USGS Joint Funding Agreement for monitoring wells. In FY 2025, we are asking for $2 million for deep monitoring wells, special fund ceiling increase for fringe benefits. Next division is LNR 405, Division of Conservation and Resource Enforcement, DOCARE. Their mission is to uphold the laws to protect, conserve, and manage Hawaii's unique and limited natural, cultural, and historic resources held in public trust. I will note that there has been comments regarding moving DOCARE to the new law enforcement. I will share with you that DOCARE's responsibility is very unique to DLNR. They get special training. Their mission isn't only law enforcement. Quite frankly, their mission is community engagement to use education as a tool to better manage our resources than just for citation. But we are not afraid to issue citations or seek or enforce and have these cases go to court. We have a commitment by the Attorney General's office to prosecute our cases. So like the gentleman at Too Good over at Makapu'u, we issued citations and the AG is going to prosecute those. So we stand very strong support of doe care needs to be part of DLNR. When we adopt our rules to, for each of our divisions, doe care is part of that process to actually help us determine what is it that we need, what are the rules that we need so that they can enforce. So, sorry for the little side note, but I am editorializing and requesting that doe care stay within DLNR. FY 2024, our major accomplishment, 41 new recruits were deployed statewide. Division reorganized to establish academy supervisors and clerical positions to support the new recruits. FY 2025, we are requesting expenditure ceiling increase to procure vessel to assist in the Maui wildfire recovery and reconstruction efforts. We have started the hiring process for 12 new recruits, and we intend hopefully to offer them within the next 30 to 60 days. LNR 801, Division of Boating and Ocean Recreation, DOBAR. Their mission is to preserve Hawaii's natural and cultural resources while ensuring public access to state waters and enhance ocean experience. FY 2024 accomplishments. We completed the Lahaina Harbor Ferry improvement, but this fire destroyed it was destroyed in the Lahaina fire. But we worked with the U.S. Coast Guard on the Lahaina Harbor recovery, and that is a priority for this year, is to rebuild the Lahaina Harbor. FY 2025 requests $8 million for Kauai North Small Boat Harbor improvements and rebuild Lahaina Harbor. We are hoping to rebuild Lahaina Harbor both either with our insurance, with the state risk management insurance, or through FEMA. LNR 802, State Historic Preservation, SHPD. Their mission is to review impacts of proposed projects on historic and cultural resources, burial protection, staff the Hawaii Historic Review Board to list historic properties on the state registry. FY 2024 accomplishment, we listed 29 properties, completed 2,001 reviews, pivoted to respond to historic assessments of Lahaina Historic District after the wildfires. FY 2025, we have a special fund ceiling increase to cover fringe benefit adjustments due to higher, an increase of federal fund expenditure ceiling for anticipated increase in federal grants. Okay. LNR 806, next slide, okay, is our Division of State Parks. Their mission is to provide quality recreational, cultural, interpretive experiences in our 53 state parks, encompassing only over 34,000 acres. Last year, their accomplishments included $2 million they completed in Phase 1 upgrade to vehicle fleet, a new upgrading vehicle fleet. They addressed the R&M hazard tree trimming and road paving to minimize liability. If you recall, last year, DLNR did have to pay approximately $800,000 in a liability in a lawsuit, and that came out of state parks funds. This year, we did receive a $15 million lump sum to initiate several shovel-ready projects and complete CIP projects. State parks and several of our other divisions, including DOBAR, they are working with engineering to implement a new streamlined procurement process to facilitate the expenditure of funds for the R&M projects. Our last division is LNR 906. That's the administration of the chair's office. It also includes support for ASO, implemented systems and training to streamline and standardize fiscal processes for better internal controls and accountability. Information Technology Services Office installed fiber optic lines and initiated Phase 1 of a coordinated website, statewide website for DLNR. Our Human Resources Office developed more effective recruitment strategies that better suit DLNR's unique needs and manage more of the recruitment and training internally. Our Communications Office tells the good stories of DLNRs through media, social media, news releases, in coordination with other media resources. I believe this morning alone, there were, I think, over 50 pages of news stories on DLNR. We also have a homeless coordinator, Puayu, a dedicated staff to coordinate cleanup and debris storage with DLNR in coordination with DOT and other county agencies. In closing, at least of our presentation, what we presented was an overview of DLNR's daily operational functions and activities conducted by each of our divisions. In August, the world changed for all of us with the wildfires and in particular Lahaina. This slide highlights some of the ways that we had pivoted to respond and support to the Maui wildfire recovery efforts. SHPD continues to assess the damage to the Lahaina Historic District and expediting permit requests for the recovery, including the Maui temp housing. Without any funding, the Division of Aquatic Resources initiated water sampling of the nearshore waters to determine the water quality and impacts by the wildfire. Division of Forestry and Wildlife, DOFA's Wildfire Protection Team, took the lead in the upcountry Olinda fires, helping to ensure there was no loss of property or life. DoCare provided security and was the lead on the state's search and rescue efforts. Engineering continues to provide technical and engineering support services to other agencies during the recovery. And DOBAR and DAR assisted in the salvage and marine assessment of Lahaina nearshore waters. And the Land Division processed rights of entries and land dispositions to facilitate the Maui recovery. So, as I said, DLNR, we do a lot. We have done a lot, and we will continue to proceed. Do I love the job? I do. Are there challenges? Undoubtedly. But as you can tell with everybody that's behind me, we come with a full team. We are trying to be more internally coordinated to ensure that we are working as a team to meet our mission. So that was kind of speed dating. I went through everything really fast, but I wanted to take more time to address any questions that you may have. I do want to permit at the end after questions and answers, our administratively attached agencies, Kirk, Ahamoku, and Mauna Kea, to come up and answer any questions or do their presentation. So with that presentation, I'm open for any questions. As you can see, I've got the divisions behind me. They are much more, they have greater expertise and experience, so I will probably call them up to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, members, we'll open up to questions on Representative Kobayashi.
Thank you for that review. I'm shocked that we have an invasive species problem of such magnitude that we're talking about 40,000, 50,000 deer on Maui.
Yes.
It seems that when we fight invasive species, we are fighting Mother Nature, and Mother Nature almost always wins. So it seems that while we cannot beat Mother Nature on all fronts, would it be worthwhile thinking about specific invasive species to attack and attack heavily?
Thank you for that question, Representative. I'm going to ask David Smith to come up. We recognize we cannot eradicate, but we're trying to manage. At our WAM hearing last week, the members of the Senate asked us how are we managing, coordinating the biosecurity interagency approach? So I have reached out to Department of Ag, Department of Health, University of Hawaii, and and DLNR. We plan on having an internal meeting on getting an update from all of us on how we're tackling invasive species, and we hope to do an informational briefing to the legislature during one of your recesses in the event you do decide to at least provide you an update. But I'll let David Smith, our administrator with DOFA, address some of the questions related to, in particular, access deer.
Yeah, access deer, and you mentioned priority species generally.
I'm not too concerned about any one species. Axis deer, of course, is sort of like an easy one to pick. But you have so many species that are out of control, and managing only means that you cut it back enough so that there is enough remaining in the wild that we face another issue another year.
Yeah, hi, David Smith, Administrator with the Division of Forestry and Wildlife. We administer the Hawaii Invasive Species Program, and we do prioritize certain species. We have early detection, rapid response, which is our first line of defense, so monitoring ports and whatnot, and looking for new species coming in, and those are the ones that we go after really hard to try to keep them from becoming established in the first place. And then once they become somewhat established or established on one particular island, then the focus shifts to trying to control them and keep them off other islands. So that'd be the case with Oahu right now with little fire ants, coqui frog, Myconia is an ongoing statewide response. Those we've been able, especially through the HST and the invasive species committees, we've been able to keep them from becoming established on Oahu. Part of the problem right now is we have a interagency issue where agriculture is in charge of doing the early control on some of these, and some of them have become established, and so we're trying to figure out ways that we can work with them more effectively to make sure they don't become established in the first place. One of them is coconut rhinoceros beetles spreading throughout the state. Little fire ants, a big concern right now, and the coqui frog getting established on Oahu is one of our big concerns right now. So trying to work through the Hawaii Invasive Species Committee, which is an interagency group with DLNR, Department of Agriculture, and Department of Health.
And one other issue is just climate change. With climate change, what we're finding is the invasive grasses are coming in more quickly. Avian malaria, mosquitoes are going up into higher elevations, impacting our endangered birds. It's capacity. We're trying our best, but what we recognize is if we start partnering up with communities, there's been a lot of meetings on little fire ants. Communities have also stepped up. So I think internally, our biosecurity interagency coordination, we have to try to find out where are the gaps, how do we address those more effectively, how do we utilize the resources that we have, but how do we partner up with some of our NGOs and our other agencies to address exactly the concern that you're raising. It is a hard one. We're trying very hard to tackle this issue with all of the resources that we have available.
Just a comment.
Yes.
When I come in to work, there are 2 coconut trees at the corner of Vineyard and Punch Bowl with 0 leaves. Outside the chairman's office, in front of the eternal flame, there are 2 rows of royal palms. One of the royal palms near DOH building has 0 leaves. We saw similar situations out in Waikele, and we're told that it's even worse in parts of leeward Oahu. And at the same time, it looks like $3.5 million was not given to Invasive Species Council.
It wasn't included in the governor's budget.
Okay, thank you. Further question? Representative Nomsa.
Thank you, Director. I had a question about, your interactions with the city and county of Honolulu in regards to stream management. We have a lot of streams across Oahu that I know the maintenance is in with the city, and so I just wanted to know, like, how are you folks keeping each other accountable to make sure that our streams are healthy and are thriving for our communities?
Yep, appreciate the question, and I'm gonna ask Cardi. Maybe he didn't know. But he's,
Good morning, Cardi Chang, Chief Engineer. So you're correct. By law, the stream maintenance really falls under the jurisdiction of the city and county. There's some streams that are maintained by the state that we're aware of, particular ones, but generally the county would take the lead in identifying where their maintenance issues are, and typically when complaints come in, they're usually taken care of. Do you have a particular stream or location? Because when we get it, it's usually like Waimea, for example, the county has acknowledged that they are cleaning that. There's other streams in Manoa that the county clears it. And as you know, not every stream is owned by the state or the county. There's some streams that are privately owned. And by law, those streams have to be maintained by the private entity. It could be a small owner, could be a large owner, but they take on that responsibility.
Yeah, and maybe I could take this offline,
Okay,
and we can
yeah, sure,
talk
absolutely.
about those specific
Yeah, you can send us the
stuff.
TMK,
Yeah.
the location,
sure.
and then we can look up the jurisdiction, and we can help you with that.
Okay, thank you.
no,
Sorry, Director, this
No,
is for you.
okay.
This is in regards to the, I noticed in your active contracts, I guess this is the toll booth. I think the company is going through bankruptcy. I just wanted to get clarification on that. It's on table 14.
Okay.
It says explanation of how contract is monitored, and it says bankruptcy. So I just wanted to get clarification if you guys are seeking a new vendor for that particular,
excuse me, do you have the specific page number?
oh, yeah. Well, looks like it's on a page 145. I don't know if that's the same as yours, but on
It's
ours.
unfortunately,
Our page 80. 80. Yeah, 81. Sorry.
What's the name of the vendor, ma'am?
Is it a Park Systems Inc? A
is
Park?
that State Parks?
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Maybe you can come to the mic. Sorry.
Good morning, members of the committee. Kirk Cottrell, Administrator for the Division of State Parks. Yeah, A-Park went belly up several years ago, pre-COVID, and that was a contract. They helped us with managing Diamond Head, Polly Lookout, and I think Akaka, and we lost them all at one time. And they're still going through the grinding elements of bankruptcy.
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to also get a follow-up on what the revenue is like for Diamond Head. Sorry, I don't
Sure.
know if I've seen that. And what you folks are using those funds for.
No, that's a great question. Thank you for answering. I'll try to be brief because Diamond Head is a good story, and the chair's going to kick me if I, keep going. But so to give you context, in 2019, the revenue at Diamond Head State Monument was about $1.1 million. And that was based on a $1 entry fee and a $5 entry fee for cars. We did a pivot during the pandemic when everything was shut down. Diamond Head was closed for 9 months, and of course we took a huge income hit, on our special fund. So we did a statewide public hearing where we changed our administrative rules. We're now, for the 10 parks where we charge parking and entry, it's now $5 to enter and $10 to park. So Diamond Head went from like a couple visiting in 2019, they'd pay $5. That same couple now pays $20. So the revenue now at Diamond Head is roughly over $5 million a year, of which a percentage of that is reinvested into the management and maintenance of Diamond Head. Like, it costs us over $30,000 a month just to manage the comfort station there due to the high volume, you know, those kind of things. We've also applied the revenue to homeless sweeps on the exterior, and we're currently right in the process of doing improvements on the inside, where our goal is to renaturalize the inside of the crater. The military and state parks, we have a joint executive order for Diamond Head, and it basically reads, as they leave, we pick up the space. And several years ago, they tore out 2 big buildings, and in that space, we're now renaturalizing it with native trees. We're putting in 2 pads because we want to bring lunch wagons back into the crater. So, and then the next phase is we're looking at how to repurpose access through the Kapahulu Tunnel, which is currently closed. And the goal would be to eliminate pedestrian access in the Kahala Tunnel, where we've had some near misses with pedestrians and trolleys and cars, and repurpose the Kapahulu side for access. But that's going to be a big lift, either using CIP or R&M. There's a lot of work to do. And then, of course, Battery Harlow, one of our most historic buildings, is right there. So that's the future for Diamond Head. We're going to renaturalize the inside crater, try to spread out use instead of everybody just doing the trail. We're going to try to offer more experience. But at the same time, we have to be very keen and vigilant, because that reservation system that we've set up, we did the calculus on it, and roughly it's a 2-hour visit for most people coming into Diamond Head. So anything we do to disrupt the flow of people, we have to watch on how it's going to impact the advanced reservation system. And to finish, one of the big things we did is Diamond Head is cashless. It used to be you'd have to, you know, pull out money and, you know, give it to the guys in the toll booth. And now with advanced reservation, it's all, you know, cell-based with QR codes, which greatly improves the essentially the accounting of, you know, where the money's going, and making sure that we can keep that line moving, because it's all about people management at Diamond Head. I'm sorry. I feel better. Thank you for letting me tell you the story.
Nope, that was a good story to tell.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I just want to follow up to that, because, you know, with the reservation and limited, I guess, access to Diamond Head on a daily basis. I know those are like one of the popular hiking trails. Have you folks thought of the impact it may have to other hiking trails, whereas like Coco Head, I know that might be managed by city, and to like other illegal trails, I guess. So like, can those funds essentially be used for kind of management of those areas as well?
Well, I mean, we're keeping our revenue based on reinvestment into over a $50 million backlog of R&M in our state parks, because for years in the 90s we took so many cuts. The only way we could do R&M was with CIP, because we didn't have enough operating, and we're finally in the position where we can reinvest. But to answer your question, yes, we notice an impact where Diamond Head pre-reservation, when Hanama Bay was closed, Diamond Head would light up with more people. Now, though, with us regulating it, you're absolutely right, and this is statewide where we've done other reservations. When we put a capacity-based access system in a state park, demand is going to go to other places. So we're trying to do it over tourism, one park at a time. But on a statewide basis, as long as demand is up, you're absolutely right. The illegal trails, the unauthorized ones, the visitor through social media is going to find somewhere to go. So you're right.
And we have been challenged with that. So it's a matter of education and enforcement. So, but it's not only trails, it's fishing. Wherever we're managing one area, the overflow impacts the adjoining neighbor. So we're trying to look at things more on a regional basis as well. But what we have noticed with our parking reservation system, it does permit locals, residents, to get access where they have historically stayed away from. So, I mean, there's this real balancing, and we have a really difficult, our task isn't easy, but our mission is to preserve and protect cultural and natural resources. While it's nice to make money, and we're trying to manage our own resources and our facilities with the monies we generate, it is also to manage so that we're not overtaxing any of our resources, not only the ones that we're managing, but also around them. But thank you for the question.
You're good? Okay, thank you. Vice Chair.
I have a question follow-up for State Parks.
Oh.
Hello again.
Hello. So last year I brought this up during the informational briefing, and Alan and I have had numerous conversations about this. And I appreciate what you guys are doing at State Parks to generate your own funds and to, figure out what's the sort of the sweet spot. But in some conversations with Alan, I've talked about whether or not you've considered raising those amounts because it is very low, and figuring out what is the actual point that you can raise it to keep the visitor numbers the same, because I think you're undercharging right now. The department could be making a whole lot more money to self-sustain this program. I've compared it to going to Muir Woods in California, where they charge more than what you're charging now for parks. And last year I brought up, when we go to California, we go to Disneyland or amusement parks, and you're paying so much. But when people come here to Hawaii, going on a hike or going to our natural resources, sort of like their Disneyland, right? It's what they're coming for. Yeah. So if they're going to spend a half day or a whole day, $5 per person is a steal, and we could be charging way more so that the department can make more money. So I guess I have two questions. What's the thought behind that? What's the plan behind that? Are you looking to increase? And then also, what is the plan for this year as far as charging, opening up more parks to this reservation system where you're charging, and at the end of this year, how many parks can we see having this system, and how much more money is that going to generate for your department?
Okay, you unpacked a lot. Let me go back to the dynamic pricing model, because you folks passed for us a couple sessions ago the ability for us to go to our land board and actually do a fee change instead of going through public hearing on administrative rules, which was great. It's a lot more nimble of a method for the dynamic pricing. Currently, because our revenue stream reached such a robust amount, we haven't actually started visiting the mechanisms by how, and you're right, what's the sweet spot? We know that I got almost zero complaints from any out-of-state visitor when they came back maybe third or fourth time and paid the new rates at Diamond Head. And as you know, talking to Alan, Muir Woods was actually what we used as the model from Alan's visit in terms of how we set it up. In terms of setting a fee, we don't quite know yet what the market will bear, and I was thinking surge pricing during holidays, spring break, and summer, because that's when we know the visitor market gets bigger. But again, because we're generating a pretty good amount of income now, we haven't deployed that tool yet. But it's in our tool chest, and it's something we could look at in order to optimize, these places. And to get back to your question, Representative, and Don brought it up, locals pay nothing and don't have to make reservations, because one of our goals was to allow our local population to go to places they'd been shut out of. Okay, second part of the question is what we're doing with the income, correct? Okay, so we have a very robust operational expenditure plan. One of our big ticket items, which we talked about last year, and Don mentioned, we're looking at what DOE has done with the preferred contractor and an asset management-based system. We're working with that same suite of software, working with engineering and Division of Boating and Ocean Recreation initially, because of our mutual backlog of R&M. We're hoping to accelerate the repair and maintenance in a manner that allows us to use the small contractor rather than have to go out on Hypro every single time for each repair and maintenance contract. We had a slow release of the funds this year due to the obvious reasons with the disaster. So right now, we're just busy trying to maximize, getting the small contractor process going. We have an RFP that's about ready to go to market to solicit. We're hoping to get 25 small contractors where we're essentially obligating $50,000 per small contractor statewide for us to start tackling these deferred R&M projects. That's the short answer. There's more, but.
Okay, but what about like expanding to other parks? What's your plan
Oh,
for
yes,
this?
yes,
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, but I
So-
mean, that's great.
yeah.
R&M is important.
Yeah. Not all state parks need reservations. Right now, we have 10 parks that charge parking and entry fee, and we strategically targeted parks that have a high visitor base, right? Places like Aya Bay down by Pearl Harbor, never, right? It's too low use. So those 10 parks currently, of which 4 have advanced reservations. So we have Haena, which is through our model with the nonprofit, where they collect the parking revenue, and then we get the entry revenue, and they're actually building us a comfort station with their money. And then Wainapanapa, Iao, and Diamond Head are the 4 with reservations. We're evaluating McKenna, whether or not we're going to do an advanced reservation model there. But keep in mind, we don't need reservations to generate the income. The income is really robust with the parks where we have the buses coming and, places like Poly Lookout and whatnot. There's no way to do a reservation-based system, but we might be able to, as we learn the process, streamline payment, right, as we go. But not all parks need a reservation,
But those 10 parks are charging, right?
Yes, yep.
And there's no plans to expand beyond the 10 this year?
Not at the moment, no. Those 10 parks are performing well with the return of tourism right now. But, I think it would be better for us to look at the dynamic pricing for those rather than expanding, the fee. Because every time we charge a fee, we need a partner, right? So we got to go out to bid. We need a parking company. They look at the lots. If the lot isn't performing well, they're not interested, right? So we need the big ticket lots.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, thank you for that information, and you mentioned you haven't yet started this sort of dynamic pricing to figure out, but I would encourage you to do that this year. Spring break is like in a couple months, so maybe start that. And then next year you can come back and tell us whether or not it ruined it and we went too high, or if it was good, because I think we're always sort of limited on funding. So departments that can make their own funds,
Yes.
It's critical that you do so.
Understood.
No, thank you. And I just wanted to add, as a matter of policy, state parks is actually in a position where they can do that. But they also have a lot of backlog of R&M to just get other parks up to par. So I think we're trying to look at sort of this comprehensive approach at state parks. We've got so many more tools now, including like the Haena model. How do we empower communities to be stewards of those resources, generate revenue, but yet also provide us resources? So I think we really haven't had the time to sit back and really look at this in a comprehensive way. But rest assured, before we come back next year, we will take your challenge and look at the dynamic pricing and look at maybe, because as Kurt said, we can do that through the board. We were able to, for example, the Lahaina fires gave us an opportunity to, through the emergency proclamation, try some strategies to address the community's concerns. For example, closing down Mala Wharf during the weekends for commercial activity, only recreational. And a lot of that came out of Kaneohe Bay. So, I think we do have some flexibility on trying different strategies to better manage our resources, but also provide us economic resources as well. So that will be one. And so I commit, both Kurt and I commit that before next year, we're going to try something on a sort of a temporary basis to see if it works or not. But yeah.
Before I take all the air out of the room, one other thing. Did you notice the quality of the comfort stations at Muirwood? They were probably in very good shape. Have you been to our comfort stations at Sand Island, as an example? So pricing is a reflection of the quality. As we reinvest in our assets, then absolutely, as the quality of our assets go up, I think we can justify the higher price, yeah. So.
But I don't want you to wait till you fix it before you increase the price.
Right, it's
I'd
chicken
rather
and
the
egg.
opposite,
Yeah. I hear you.
And there are some that we could do that more immediately, what they are quality experience. So, yes.
Thank you.
We'll be back before next year with the
Thank you.
response. Okay, thank
Okay,
you
thank you very much. Before you go, I want to follow, just a couple suggestions. So,
Should I
you know,
just bring the mic back?
yeah,
No,
yeah.
no, no.
No, real quick. So this is just suggestions. So when you go, when you talk about quality, I think you have to do quality versus demand, because you got to understand also that sometimes, just because it doesn't have quality, demand is still high. So you got to do that evaluation. Second point is that when you're setting the price, right, you got to kind of be patient to find the optimum price, right? But the strategy of surge pricing, I would suggest picking a price that's higher all the time and then discounting. Because that's a better strategy for your type of operation. Surge pricing is when you're trying to do it on both ends, meaning like Uber, right? So you have high demand, but the surge pricing also helps to incentivize more drivers. So you use that strategy, surge pricing. But in your case, you set the price high, and then you discount for the offset.
Okay, no,
That's
just
the-
flip it.
Yeah.
Flip the concept.
Yeah, but surge pricing is a different strategy for a different purpose. That's all I'm getting at. Okay, thank you. Further questions? Representative Cochran.
Hi, thank you. And before you go, since we got Parks in the hot seat right now.
Okay.
My
No,
main,
it's okay. I'm
My
confused.
main is about Mauna Ala.
Oh,
I
yes.
think it was the last session that it surprised me that it was under Parks
Yes,
purview.
yes.
Is that?
No, it's Mauna Ala is as a state monument. For whatever reasons in the past, it was determined that it would be under the jurisdiction of state parks, like Iolani Palace, another comparable state monument.
Okay, and follow-up, Chair. And currently, are you looking for like a director of the property?
Yes, yes. So what you're referring to is we have a vacant position. It's called the Royal Mausoleum Curator. And that position was vacated, and we did a recruitment. We have a robust list of applicants, and we're just trying to set up the interview sessions. And Mauna Ala is uniquely different. It's the only exempt position we have, and one of our obligations in Kuleana is to recognize when we're doing interviews the genealogy and the lineal descendancy of previous caretakers, because it's such a unique and sensitive resource. We have to be really akamai about when it's not just, do you know how to do stuff? It's, what's your connections and stuff. It's a tough selection process.
Chair, currently, is Uncle Bill Maiohu's son there currently?
No, he was the position that left. He went to the mainland.
That created the vacancy.
Correct.
And because I saw a recommendation came across my desk, and it was for Frank Hewitt in particular. But anyways, I'm sure he's in your list of applicants to interview. But yeah, I like the line of questioning in regards to fees for our parks to sort of, I don't know if they'll self-fund itself one day, but at least help.
That's our goal. I want to try to get away from begging for money for you guys and just do it ourselves as much as we can. Less CIP, because we'll stay ahead of our R&M.
Okay, thank you. That's all for parks anyways.
Okay.
But I have others.
Yeah, Representative Mortal.
Hi, you can stay right there. My question, my question is about Waimea.
Oh, okay,
right?
okay. I figured.
Yeah, the complaints are just pouring in because the traffic is nonstop. There's so many people going up there. Yes, you do charge for parking for non-residents, but people are wising up and starting to park outside of the park all along the highway.
Gaming the
road.
system.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if there's a way that you can capture some money for that, because our infrastructure up there is really bad. The roads, perhaps the restrooms,
Yes.
repaving the parking
Yeah.
lots.
Actually, we're using $6 million of our increase in revenue right now rather than asking for CIP, because we know the road up top is in terrible shape, and DOT they're doing their bottom part. We're going to try to just continue on with the work. I don't think the $6 million is enough, but I think it's going to get us, a lot of that road resurfaced instead of our staff just patching it. And yeah, the bathrooms, they're deplorable. Heavy use and short-staffed. We're starting to catch up, but part of it is a capacity-based issue. The bathrooms at Diamond Head are the nicest bathrooms that we have, and it's odd when you look at the amount of patronage. But those patrons are pretty well behaved. Our remote bathrooms that get a lot of high use, they get vandalized. You know, our folks can't keep up with the fixtures and stuff. But the problem that you raised that I'm going to have to look at, you know, offline is if people are now trying to avoid paying the fee versus if there's no room. Those are and that gets us back to maybe a reservation system should be deployed at Croquet, Waimea, you know, Canyon as
And
an
then,
example.
Like Hyann, I guess parking on certain areas on the side of the road maybe
Right.
should be restricted.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the shoulders are getting really beat up
Yeah.
because there's so much traffic that goes off of the road and just parks.
Yeah.
So yeah, take a look at that. I mean, I don't know how to address capacity, but now that you've got more buses going up too, the buses are very heavy.
Yeah.
So it's wearing down our roads.
And they also drain the comfort stations with their patronage as
Right.
well. Yeah.
And it'd be neat to see how we can capture at least something from that.
Well, we're getting good bank from those guys, but we're just not regulating them with reservations, which is something, you know, talking about if something's going to come up next, that would be a target we look at due to the impact.
And maybe that's a coordinated effort, like what you did in Hyanna, working with the counties and DOT, maybe to restrict parking and creating more of a shuttle bus process.
Yes.
So, yeah, no, that may be a good solution to consider.
Exactly.
Because,
We
yeah.
have infrastructure down in
Right,
town where we
right.
could accommodate some
Yeah,
kind of
no.
a shuttle service. You're right.
So we're very open to partnering up. If someone came to us with a proposal to do a shuttle service, but I think we will explore, because obviously that won't be the only park where we have issues like that.
That, I was just gonna say, when Polly Holly becomes
Yes.
improved, it's gonna
Yeah.
become popular. That could also use some kind
Yeah.
of a shuttle service.
No, and that seems to be, that's been a very effective tool at Hyanna, and it has addressed a lot of the community concerns. So I think that that's something that we could explore. Okay.
We got to
Great,
talk to
thank you.
Joel.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Representative Cochran, followed by Poi Poi.
I do my second round later.
Yeah?
Thank you, Chair. I guess my first question would be for invasive species. First, related to coconut rhinoceros beetle. My opinion is that so far we've very much failed in addressing CRB, starting with the military. So my question first is, considering it's under Department of Agriculture primarily, does that preempt the department, you folks, from also working on that issue as like a primary target?
Department of Agriculture is the primary agency.
Yeah,
That's their authority.
I know. So is there, I mean, if funding were to go to the department for CRB work, would you be able to do it?
Yeah, we could do it through the Hawaii Invasive Species Council.
Okay, because I feel like at this point, that might be something very worthy of doing, because I feel like through the ISCs, they're able to do a lot more rapid response. So I was just curious what the feeling in the department was to take on some of that work.
I recall on Kauai when the CRB, the team was relocated, we tried to fill in and provide them space. So DLNR, we will step in. I mean, so long as there is separate appropriation, we don't intend to take money away from DOA, but if there's appropriation specifically to the department to do that, I think we have the mechanism through HISC and through our partners to address that.
Okay, thank you. Another question. I have a series of questions and maybe not get into them all here, but related to the Deer Grant program that is coming up. I've been hearing a lot of feedback from community, both supportive and not supportive, lots of questions for sure regarding the process under which the program was developed and wanting to have had more community input relating to subsistence practices and things like that. Yeah, I have a long list of questions, so maybe it's
Sure.
not the best time to get into it.
Yeah, it's complicated. I could get a hold of you. We've rolled it out on Maui. It's working really well. And then they were just kind of trying to do a soft release, and then a bunch of questions came in out of Molokai. So we're working to play catch up with the community over there to answer questions. It's been really effective in terms of us trying to reach our target. We have better data on Maui in terms of surveys and numbers and target harvest levels for Maui, and now we're kind of rolling that over to Molokai, but we don't have the same level of background, but we kind of know where we want to go with it. But our representative on Maui, on Molokai, wasn't able to answer the questions from the community immediately. I did talk to Walter Rollins, and we had a discussion. I promised him that we'd, circle back with him and make sure he gets the information.
And Rep. Poipoi, we're more than willing to bring our team of DOFA, our DOFA staff, and our HIS staff to meet with you to address any additional questions you may have.
That would be great.
Okay,
Yeah.
we can
Thank you.
schedule that.
Okay. And a more general question, just for the budget, if the department has any high priorities that were not funded in the governor's budget that you would like us to consider, like perhaps the HISC money,
Okay, because what did we ask for?
And if not right now, you can get back to us.
Okay, we will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your support. But we'll coordinate a meeting with your office.
Okay, thank you. Representative Cochran.
Thank you. Yeah, I too have a lot of questions, but I guess I'll just jump. First off, Mala, the office, is that up and running? Mala Boat Harbor?
I believe we do have the trailer out Mala that's operational.
Yes, good morning, everyone. The new trailer has been installed, electricity's been hooked up, putting the ADA access into it, and we should be moving staff into it in the very near future. So Ed Underwood, Administrator with the Division of Boating and Ocean Recreation.
And thank you, Underwood, for being here. So you need Wi-Fi though, right? Currently, I believe?
We are working with Starlink to set that up.
Okay,
Our IT folks are actively working with them.
I have a unit for you though. I
Great,
talked to Tapani, so
Okay.
I can talk
That's
to
awesome.
Sensano, perhaps?
sure.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure that you still needed that. Also, I see Lahaina Harbor, thank you, is high priority. Thank you for that. And all salvage and cleanup has occurred already within the harbor, the channel, at this point?
That is correct.
Okay,
Although we are asking for dredging. We haven't
We-
completed.
Yes,
Explain that.
we asked the Army, we asked FEMA to initiate an ESF3 for dredging of the Inner Harbor Basin, but they can't fund the project unless there's a nexus to the hazardous material. And right now, we're not really showing that in the sampling. So we would like to dredge the harbor basin because we're gonna be doing the channels as well, and Mala Wharf too. So currently, what we're doing is, there's a concern whether the piles are still, the integrity of the pile is still good. So we hired a consultant firm to come and test all the piles. If the piles are good, then we already have piers on island that we can install. If not, we're gonna have to pull those piles and install new piles into the harbor. We're also working with the fuel dock operator. He's been very helpful. They're looking to reopen the fuel facility at the end of February, if possible. The concern is we have no power in the harbor. So we're meeting this week with Hawaiian Electric to see, they said due to the amount of infrastructure they have to build, that's not a priority right now for them to bring power in. But if they could just run one line in for the fuel provider, that way they don't have to run a generator the entire time.
okay, and a follow-up, Chair. So, but I know last session, there had been 4.5 mil for Lahaina Harbor and also 3 or so mil for Mala Boat Ramp for dredging. So that money is not there, those projects aren't moving forward?
They're all in design and permitting. The 3.2 million at Mala was for improvements, not the dredging. We were planning on using boating special fund money for that dredging, as well as the actual Lahaina dredging.
So
channel dredging.
So
Yeah,
the
the-
3 million for Mala was like parking improvements, repaving, but not the dredging.
Okay, but we are gonna move with dredging because it's so critical.
Yes, we need, we've asked in the past for maintenance dredging, because there's like 5 sites in the entire Hawaiian Islands that need it continuously, every 3 to 5 years, and that's one of them.
Okay, great. Yeah, a management plan would be great. And the other big question for boating is the current permit holders, of Lahaina Harbor, who lost obviously their boats and everything. So what's the status on that? Because I was hearing that they were told no boat, no permit, no slip. I mean, when your permit expires, you don't have a physical boat, no slip.
Well, when the permits come up for expiration, they're placed in a holdover status. And then once we get the infrastructure built out again, we'll go back to them, and we're trying to put everybody back to where they were.
So currently, so long as Lahaina Harbor is not operational, nobody's permit is being expired or terminated. But they have a yearly permit, so when their permit comes up at the annual expiration, they will be put on a holdover. They will be given the first right for a permit when Lahaina is operational. But once Lahaina is operational, we are expecting them to have a boat because our rules require them to have a boat. But right now, and we do know that was one of their major concerns is, investing in a boat, and they don't even know what the slips are going to look like. So we modified our initial response and said, everybody will be on a holdover, but once the harbor facility is operational, they will be required to have a vessel.
Okay, and thank you, Department, for being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Carlo.
Oh,
you-
sorry.
You have something?
Yeah, I
Okay.
just, let me just hit some highlights. So I'm interested in if there's still a Makai Watch program.
Chief Radula.
Good morning, Jason Radula, Enforcement Chief, DoCare. So the answer to your question, ma'am, is yes, we still have a Makai Watch program. We do have a statewide coordinator who is located physically in my office. And then the island of Maui also has a island Makai Watch coordinator as well.
And can I just get the name real quick from Maui?
Um,
Or
her name slips me. I'll get back to you. I'll shoot you an email with it.
Okay, great.
The statewide coordinator is Kirk Deichman.
Okay, great, thank you. And so I heard you, Chair Chang, in your opening statements about DoCare not moving into DLE, but that discussion did come across my desk, and I was thinking, looking into a bill to do such a move, but in your reasoning, again, is because you feel like your enforcement arm has to stay in DLNR because they do more than just enforcement and write citations and what have you. Versus if they go into DLE, then strictly it's only enforcement responsibilities only.
Yes.
So, is that the brunt of your reasoning?
I think that's the primary. I mean, DoCare's responsibility is much more than enforcement. Quite frankly, their first line of defense is education. So they will go out there, Makai Watch. They work with our community stakeholders, our CBSFAs. They spend a tremendous amount of time. They get training. So, as well as what's really important is we bring in DoCare when we are doing rule amendments so that our rules are enforceable, and they are trained. So DoCare's training, they go through their training to be a DoCare officer involves understanding of the constitutional laws. What is traditional customary practice as kapa'akai? DoCare gets training on that. What's our constitutional obligations? They also get training on, they can enforce, federal, they have a MOA with NOAA. So there are so many other things that DoCare does besides just law enforcement. And it's really their collaboration with our partners. But I just find it is critical for them to be part of DLNR, to be part of our overall team, because their primary goal is to, likewise, it is to manage and protect our natural and cultural resources. I mean, you can talk to them. They're going up in a trail to bring hikers down. they're not necessarily citing them, but they're, so their kuleana is much broader. We aloha law enforcement for what they're doing, but we think DoCare is essential to be part of DLNR to ensure an efficient and effective enforcement arm, but again, more of an educational and a support system for DLNR and our mission. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, and thank you for that explanation.
No, thank you for the
Gives
opportunity.
more light on that. Okay, thank you. I had seaworm, a couple things for seaworm.
Okay, Dean? Okay.
Morning Committee, Dean Oweno, Acting Deputy Director for Water Commission.
Aloha, morning. And so in reference to the Lahaina wildfires and the current existing water users, I know you folks are sifting through permitting and things. What's the status on all that? Because as we know, we lost 3,200 subscribers on the water out of Kanaha Valley. And I mean, in my magic wand world, I would disperse that water in the open vacant lands right now to get housing built. So what's the discussion about that water that's not being utilized right now?
As far as the water use permit applications go, we've gotten approximately, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but close to 150 ground and surface water use permits that we're working on processing. So our teams are meeting regularly to discuss them and go through them in regards to the existing infrastructure that still remains. As far as temporary housing, we are working with the Gov's office and Maui County in basically reallocating that water that Maui Department of Water Supply was providing. So from our perspective, as long as any temporary housing developments are going to be fed by the Maui Department of Water Supply, we'll treat those as basically shifting the allocation of water while the water use permits are pending. So it'll be a temporary allocation. If they are planning to be provided by private users, that's another issue. That's something that we'll be meeting with our AGs to discuss further. But likelihood is, or what's been discussed thus far is, we may need to do a narrowly defined emergency proclamation amendment to address those temporary housing units that are privately sourced.
So Representative Cochran, so it would be considered an existing use. I mean, we're trying to find a way to have Maui County be the distributor and the end user that provides the water. So long as our connection, if they are providing the water, if they are the source, if they are the distributor, then they already have they have an existing use. We would consider that an existing water use that doesn't require a new permit. But if you are a private purveyor and it's not an existing use, you would still have to comply with our regulatory process, meaning you'd need to get a new permit. You'd have to get a permit as a new use. So even for temporary housing, but we are trying to work with the governor's office and the county on identifying where are the water sources so that you can build houses so that, we're not having to build a whole new infrastructure. Part of the problem I think the county of Maui is having is that, yes, a lot of the water that was servicing Lahaina is not being used, except they don't have a system to transport the water, distribute the water, let's say further up Mauka, where there might be lands available for temp housing. So our department is making that a priority, both with CWRM and State Historic Preservation Division, to process those temp housing permits as quickly as possible to ensure, but at the same time, not circumventing for permanent housing by potential developers. So trying to be very mindful of both the community's concerns, but also understanding that the displaced Maui Lahaina fire victims need to get temp housing. So we're trying whatever we can to facilitate that.
Okay, and thank you. I appreciate that you have been discussing this and it's been on the table and you're juggling a lot. So I appreciate that. But I'd like to follow up.
Okay.
So, Chair, that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Kahlo.
Thank you, Chair. Question about for Dobar. I'll let them come up before we ask the question. And it might also be Docare as well.
Okay.
Just looking for an update on Kahalu'u Bay Surf School lottery process, where we stand with the process, what we're doing to move forward.
So you know that there's been a lawsuit and the court has continued that injunction. So that, I think the hearing is now scheduled for May?
May 3rd, I believe.
May 3rd. So in reading the court's decision, it's either you enforce against everybody or you enforce against nobody. So we are regrouping, because originally the court hearing was going to be in January. So we felt that it was a reasonable time that we would get some direction from the court, whether they're going to say the lottery was legal or it wasn't legal. But now we're looking at May. So we are internally talking about going out to meet with the community. I mean, we are caught in a really difficult situation. There's more requests than there are available permits. So I think what we also heard from the community was nobody talked to them. So we're discussing the right time to talk to the community sooner than later, and then discussing with Docare enforcement. But at this time, there is no enforcement on those who are not, because nobody has a permit, quite frankly, in light of the lawsuit. So there is currently no enforcement, but it may also result in a public health and safety if we've got too many people out there. So we recognize we have to take some action soon. We're working with the counties on trying to coordinate that initiative. Go ahead. So
we're very grateful to the legislature for passing House Bill 1090 last year, which would have addressed all of these issues. Unfortunately, it was vetoed. So we're coming back again this year with another bill, hopefully to get that back in place. And then we won't have to move forward with like a lottery system for issuance of new permits, or in areas where the permit numbers exceed, we'll have a mechanism for issuing them.
So Representative, we're coming in with several DOBAR bill proposals to address numerous issues, for example, the transfer, so that one person cannot have 5 companies. Trying to address that with some legislative proposals about how do we define transfers. What happens if we have more applicants than we have available permits? Going in with legislation to do it through public auction, so that it's more responsive. But we're looking at different statutory amendments that can give us better tools to more effectively manage our ocean recreational activities, commercial activities.
And why was Kahalu'u Bay and the surf schools, out of everywhere else in the state, first to be chosen for this pilot lottery, understanding legislation didn't go through? Why? So if you could talk through not only the why the location out of anywhere else in the state, and then if the bill didn't pass, why didn't we stall the process, or what, to regroup, put legislation forward, get a appropriate application rather than a bingo lottery ball to determine who can use.
And you ask a really good question. I will try to provide you some background, then Ed can supplement. Kahalu'u is probably the first area that we are issuing permits for the first time. All of our other commercial recreational permits have been issued. We're trying to get them down to the permitted number in our rules through attrition. That's obviously never going to happen if you can buy and sell the permits. But Kahalu'u is the first place that we're issuing out new commercial recreational permits. We have been working with the county for numerous years on Kahalu'u's surf permits. Initially, we were going to have the county issue the permits. We started down that path, and then the county said, no, they don't want to issue the permits. So then, because we had adopted some rules to actually manage that activity a couple of years ago, but once the county decided not to issue the permits, we said, okay, we're going to step in, we need to do something. And then House Bill 1090 was introduced, and we said, let's wait until after because it looked like the bill was moving forward. So that got us up to May, and we still said, okay, let's wait now that the bill is passed. And then I think it wasn't until July that the governor vetoed the bill. So then from July till a couple of months later, we were working with the county on developing a lottery process, an inventory of all of the existing users out there. So over those months, before we went out to the lottery, we made some announcements. Then we did the lottery. So there has been a long history. We waited because of the passage of the bill. But the reason why Kahaluu was the first one and the only one that we've done by a lottery, because it's the only new permits that we're issuing. I mean, if there are other new permits, if we don't have a House Bill 1090, we have no other choice but to go out through a lottery. So future new permits will be issued by lottery, unless we can get a statutory amendment. Is that correct? Did I misspeak?
Yes. No, you did not.
Okay.
Approximate, if I could, just a little
Yes.
follow-up. About 8 years ago, the County of Hawaii came to us and said they wanted to limit the number of surf schools in the Bay to 4. And they were going to do that through a nonprofit. Well, they had trouble issuing the permits, so they said they wanted us to take it back over. So we amended the rules and kept the same 4 permits. But then the question became, well, how are we going to issue these 4 permits? Because in boating, we do it first come, first serve, or by wait list. So working in conjunction with the deputy AG, the only thing we could come up with that would be the fairest process would be lottery, or draw a name out of a hat. And we were trying to figure out, well, what is the easiest way? I happened to be at a community event where they had the bingo ball machine. So we said, okay, why don't we we'll assign a number, and it's as random as it can get. The other challenge we face is in statute, a person is defined as a corporation or an LLC, in addition to other entities. And we're having this issue across the state because this person one of the people figured out he can form multiple LLCs, and as long as they met the minimum requirements, they would be qualified. And that's what happened. We're having this issue in other areas as well, where when people buy a boat, they're not putting it in their personal name, they're forming an LLC. So for instance, this 85-foot aluminum Navy boat that's grounded on Maui right now, that person has it in an LLC, and what's gonna end up happening, he's gonna walk. And there's nothing we can do about it. So we're working with our deputy AGs to see, can we tweak the statute somehow so we can address this without piercing the corporate veil?
So we've been trying, may not be a satisfactory answer, but it is just that because these are new permits, there was no basis upon which to do a wait list. Everybody's going to come in at the same time, even to acknowledge their years of, nobody was legally authorized to be there, so we couldn't give anybody credit. So it obviously wasn't the best answer for everybody, and we realized we have to go back and probably have a lot more conversations with the community before we start proceeding for it. But we have a court action right now, which the hearing is scheduled for May.
Thank you. Just one comment. I think to align with the mission of DLNR, part of the application must include stewardship to your natural resources. That's the whole point. DLNR is here. So to arbitrarily give out permits and not take into account stewardship, care for the bay, appropriate usage of the bay, and have additional lines of questioning, not just seniority, that may not be good enough. This is about protection of the bay and the resources, which is why we're permitting, because there's overusage, right? So I think it has to be more than an arbitrary form or you and a business. We're not even asking if you're an active business. Just, do you have the paperwork? Okay, now we'll put you in a lotto and just pick 4 businesses. There are businesses that have been around for over 2 decades who have been a part of that bay and may now no longer be. So I'm just requesting for any other, because we know that Keoho, we might do manta boats. We need to establish a strong foundation so communities included to the best of their ability, but that the application process aligns with your mission. And I don't believe that that was part of that process.
You're right, it wasn't. I mean, part of the challenge we had was ensuring that we had a legally objective criteria. And many of these mission-related are more subjective. So we're trying to find out, trying to look at how do we quantify, how to evaluate and acknowledge those kinds of mission. So one of our other bills is to provide us, recognize adaptive management as a basis upon which we can do interim rules, because a resource may be overtaxed because of use. So it permits us to immediately go on. So I hear you, I really do. And we're trying our best to, when these guys were with DOT, that wasn't their mission. It was very different at DOT when small boat harbors were there and launch ramps. But now so we are embracing this mission. So the package of bills that we're coming in with really reflect that approach of mission management, of preserving and protecting our resources, adaptive management. But this transition to get to that point is hard for us, but I appreciate your comments.
Thank you. Further questions? Chair Chama?
Thank you, Chair Yamashita, for allowing me to sit here today and listen on the finance info briefing. I did have a follow-up question for the department on your ask for wildfire response.
Okay.
I understand the department had requested, I think it was a little over $7 million
Yes.
for recurring costs. Could you provide a breakdown of what that $7 million would be spent on?
Okay, David?
Hi, David Smith, Forestry and Wildlife. Yeah, so currently the funding that we have, the recurring funding we have for the fire program is primarily spent on fire response and equipment. What we're trying to do is build out the 2 ends of the spectrum. So one is pre-suppression, being able to do pre-work to keep fires from happening in the first place, and then on the back end, do fire recovery and restoration work. So it kind of becomes a pie chart where right now the huge amount of the funding is spent on response and then equipment and pre-suppression, and there's almost no funding at all for recovery and restoration. So what we want to do is fill the pie chart up more with the pre-work and a recovery, so that we have a more fire resilient landscape, and we force our we're deterring fires from happening in the first place. We get that response piece smaller because we're doing the work up front to keep fires from happening. So, and we also have better, ecological services by having more resilient landscape, restoring forests that have burned. And so that's what those funds would be used for, is those ends of the spectrum.
Well, thank you. One other question, Chair. I understand the department had also originally requested to the governor 22 FTEs for wildfire response, and those were going to be spread across all the different counties. I think it was like equipment operators, mechanics, and I understand you have a $10 million equipment request.
Yeah.
Yes.
So my question is, if we go with the governor's budget and give you the $7 million for operating and then the $10 million for equipment, if we don't give you the FTEs, who's going to carry out all that mission of driving the equipment and doing the prevention work? How will that work?
The strategy has been, we've kind of prioritized, the recurring funds are really necessary, the equipment, and then staffing. We think that we have some capacity, so we didn't get the 22 positions we requested, but undoubtedly it's going to tax our capacity. But we do believe if we don't get the 22 positions, we'll manage. It is more important to get the recurring funds and the funds for equipment. Those were our priorities. But we understand the governor's budget did include 20 positions that went to HIEMA for it was fire-related. So,
But I think those positions are like planners and response
Yeah,
coordinators,
yeah,
right? More
yeah.
within the HIEMA mission. They're
Right.
not going to be driving your bulldozers.
well, if
Right.
we are comfortable with putting those positions back in, but again, in our priority, it was, we needed the equipment more than we needed the personnel to build the infrastructure, and then we'd come back maybe next year. But we would take the 20 positions if we could get them, for sure. We're having to deal with just, now we have open space, so invasive, part of our fire suppression is also fire breaks and having the capacity to do some of that. So we would welcome the legislature reinstating those 20 positions,
Thank you.
22 positions.
Thank you, Chair Chang. Thank you, Chair.
Hey, thank
Appreciate that question. Thank you.
you. Thank you, Dr. Carlo.
Just to follow up on those positions and others, since you did talk about the vacancy rate, and a little bit on what the goals are to help get more people in those positions, can you just talk a little bit about either where you need support, or do we even have enough expertise to fill? How many of the positions are real specialized versus not? So how do we decrease that 300 down to less than 100?
Nope, appreciate, I'm going to ask Alice to come, she's our Human Resources Administrator. We did include in our budget, I mean, some of these included reclassifying existing positions so that they could get, their classification could be more appropriate to the complexity, but also they'd get a pay raise, which would retain them. But maybe, Alice, if you can explain some of our other strategies related to the question.
Sure. Alice Schutte, Departmental HR Officer. So this past year, we spent a lot of time working with the divisions, deep diving into their vacancies. So we were finding that a lot of the opportunities were in the minimum qualifications. They appeared to be a little bit outdated. There also didn't appear to be very clear career ladder opportunities. So that's really what we focused on this past year. We also think, in addition to broadening the applicant pool, which should bring in new talent to state government, that we'd be able to create retention opportunities in that same manner. So we plan to continue to do that.
Yep, it's bringing in, retaining those employees that we have, providing them an opportunity for lateral promotion, but also trying to change the minimum qualifications so that we are recognizing some of the unique expertise that are inherent to working in DLNR, INA-based, and really trying to get acknowledgement of that in our minimum qualifications. So moving in that direction. Yes, make a pitch.
Okay, so I have 4 recruitment and position classification staff. So a lot of, I want to attribute the increase in filling to, really we have a great partnership with the divisions. We get a lot of support. We work really well together. And then my staff is full in that area. If I could get 1 or 2 more positions in that area, I really think we could make a difference. The type of work that we're doing is very technical. It requires time. It requires studies. So it does take a great deal of time, but I have the talent here within my shop to do this. So if we could get extra capacity, I think we could really make a difference. Thank you.
To echo that, Alice's team, I mean, they are trying to take on greater capacity to do internal recruitment and hiring and less reliance on DHERD. We need to be able to immediately respond. So Alice, I mean, she, like I said, what was the percentage? We had an increase in positions we were able to hire a 221% increase from the previous year, 219 positions. So, it is critical having Alice working side by side with our departments, and she's really trying to create, like I said, movement within the department to retain good staff. So is, ASO is doing the same thing too. They are understaffed, and so Cynthia's trying to retain the staff that she does have.
Thank you, and I just want to commend your team for being able to move those needles because we've seen a lot of divisions struggling there, and so thank you for working hard to focus on reducing those vacancies. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Representative Cochran.
Oh, thank you. And just curious about any improvements to SHPD. I know it's a big general question, but I know you folks know the issues. I mean,
I'll ask Alan to come up. I will say, I don't know if it's the boogeyman effect. I think people, whenever they think of SHPD, they just think they're just holding everything up. I mean, I'm trying to, and in some instances, there has been a lot. But I would tell you, like the Maui temp housing, these guys are turning around these applications in less than a week, 5 days. And I also give them a hard time too. I mean, I said, and they have filled their vacancies that you gave them. And they're working on a reorg, but they've also got a substantial pay increase. So they've been able to retain and get more staff. But I'll let Alan address any of the specific questions.
Aloha, I'm Alan Downer, the Administrator of the State Historic Preservation Division. If maybe you have a specific question, I might be able to address it.
Chair Chang just touched on it in reference to expediting, right? I mean, you folks are on the checklist for permitting and everything, and it just seemed to be held up. I mean, I know Hinano does what he can there in his little office, but hopefully that's what I mean about just getting expedited. And you said that things have been moving with the emergency, but maybe because it's an emergency.
No,
but I'm talking about just like day to day, in and out for the past decades of work and things just being sort of held back, and also just the treatment of inadvertent fines. I mean, I've been to the office and saw the boxes and crates, and people continue to have that boogeyman in their head too, thinking of those pictures.
Fair question.
So just again, improving SHPD and what are the efforts, I guess, basically. And I know, again, I said that's such a big general question, but I think highlighting our expediting paperwork and also addressing and inadvertent fines, just our EV kupuna in general.
Well, to start with, Hinano has run away and retired on us, which is not helpful. Did that on December 31st. But before he left, he insisted that all of the EV, the inadvertent discoveries that we have on Maui have been reinterred. That's unfortunately not true on every island yet, but we are working on that. I mean, the difficulty with inadvertent discoveries is, they occur so frequently that doing other stuff, like taking care of the backlog. I mean, unfortunately, some of these burials were collected in the 90s. And trying to get them reinterred when we're responding to inadvertent discoveries and supporting the burial councils is really difficult. We do have a couple new positions that we are filling within the burial site program, which will, I hope, ease some of that. But I mean, I think SHPD is in the same boat with every division within the department, and that is, we have more work than we have people to do it. And, I regret to say I don't foresee that changing dramatically anytime soon. We're just working our way through it as best we can.
If I can just add to that, part of the challenge, and I was formerly at the Attorney General's office and actually helped to draft the burial laws. We are somewhat, it's from a regulatory standpoint, SHPD comes at the back end. We really should be coming at the front end as part of the planning in identifying where are appropriate places, rather than at the time a permit comes in and then we require them to an archaeological inventory survey, too late, much too, and by that time, emotions are tough, developers have spent money. I mean, we should be coming in when they're doing planning, when they're thinking about a project. And SHPD has offered, as has like even Seaworm. I mean, these are planning tools. Bring our people in when you're thinking about a project, and we can tell you this is a sensitive area. But the way that our rules and the way that we've approached it has been, lack of better words, ass backwards. I mean, we are really trying to catch up with the permit at the back end when they've already got funding. Hard to change. You don't have very little options. We should be doing more proactive planning and engaging these two departments in particular to provide better alternatives. We are coming in with some bills this year. One of them in particular for SHPD is an enforcement bill. We have all these mitigation measures, preservation plan, archaeological monitoring plan. After they get their permits, they don't necessarily come back to us. So we don't know whether, and there is no enforcement tool to ensure that they are complying with all of the mitigation measures that are approved for that project until a new project comes forward. And then it's like, well, did they do the AIS? So one of the bills that we're coming forward with is to exactly do that. It is to ensure that they are complying with the agreements that they entered into under the archaeological monitoring plan or the preservation plan. Failure to do that could result in a fine, or an archaeologist could lose their permit, their license to practice. So we are trying different strategies to do exactly what you're asking and again, the truth is always someplace in between. Is it a perception or is it really a backlog? I think it is both, but we are trying different strategies to address the situation of trying to avoid impacts to inadvertent discoveries, to be more proactive. So that's kind of my long response to your question.
Thanks, and a quick follow-up, Chair. And so I think to add on to, making sure they're following their plans and what have you, but to have annual reporting back. So you folks are keeping track what they have done or didn't do, as in the monitoring. And also has the new, I don't know how new it is, but the archaeologist in Maui County been helpful? Has it been, they work in conjunction with SHPD there to help expedite things?
County.
Yeah, the county had a newly created position, a county archaeologist.
Yeah. So I think to answer your question, I think that generally speaking, having a county archaeologist has been helpful, and we do work with Dr. Six on a regular basis. So yeah, I mean, and part of the problem that Don alluded to is that, the way the law is structured, and I think it has to be this way, is that there are critical decisions made at the county level about who needs to send their permit to us and when they get told that, and we have no control over those decisions. And having, Maui has made an effort to hire staff so that they have an internal mechanism for making better decisions there. I mean, on other islands, we regularly get permits for things that we look at and go, why on earth would they send this to us? But we still have to process it and handle paper. And unfortunately, the flip side is, well, they didn't send it to us. We look at it, and then we hear a report, there's an inadvertent discovery, or they've encountered something, an archaeological site, what have you. And we look at the information and on our maps and say, why on earth would they think this wasn't a hotspot? And I think until the counties do staff up, that's going to be an ongoing problem. But yes, County Maui is making, I think, real progress there.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We are also trying, last year we came in, there were several bills on third-party review, so that and unfortunately, the bills didn't pass. We hope that gets reintroduced this year, because I think that will really help, as it did help with the City and County of Honolulu DPP by having third-party reviewers. So that, I think, is another tool that could help with some of the backlog.
And sorry, I don't know if it has to do with any of you folks, but what do you think about purchasing the ferry service, Lanai Ferry? I mean, state, you can buy it, county, you can buy it, I don't know, somebody, but to take it out of the private, because it's up for sale. And it's something that I know the county has been talking about, and a feasibility study, I believe, has been presented by the county council. Just there hasn't been much discussion and movement on it. I think most people's thought is, county can't manage a boat. They have no, but it's sort of like buses. You contract it out. You outsource the management of the vessel, of the business itself. But it's, government owned and run, and of course, a lot of federal grants and dollars can come with it too. So, not sure if that came to you to even think about?
No, that hasn't. I would tell you, my lane is, we'll give you a permit for one of our harbor facilities, but that's probably like a DOT. I think I would talk to DOT. They're more in the business of inter-island travel, but if they come to us for a permit, as we already have in the past, we'll issue them a permit to use one of our harbors. But I don't think, we have a hard enough time managing our own facilities. So, but no one has come to us to ask for that, to put that on our radar.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Director, what is your secret sauce for running laps around D-Herd? I mean, what, are you using Indeed or what? Because
the secret sauce is we try to lessen their work by having a great HR person that is trying to take on a lot more of the responsibility internally.
so it's a person thing.
Well, we have a whole office.
She's
It's like human
denying that she's
resources.
good.
It's a team. It's a team.
It's a team. So why are we so behind as a state and cannot hire 25% of these vacancies, but you guys are doing it?
We can only tell you what we're doing.
So are you using Indeed rather than all these other slow things? Wait, seriously, could you give us what you're doing? Because I think other departments need to learn from this.
I think we honestly got lucky in that we invested time in the right things. So, example would be we know that the minimum qualifications have been an issue because we've been having these really deep dive discussions with the divisions. That was very telling because they're our customers. So we need to find out what's working, what's not working, and what they need, more support in. So that helped us shed a lot of light in where we need to focus our attention.
I'm not sure I understand that. Your standards are...
They're the same. So our civil service positions are all within the DHER classification system. We do have a lot of deal in our specific classes of work. That's where we have a lot more latitude in terms of changes that we want to make because they don't affect other departments.
Well, how are you getting the bodies in to even do the application? I mean, that's generally part of the problem.
We do have a lot of internal movement, which is great, I think, for retention. Yeah, so that's why we feel like if we focus on this minimum qualification route, we're able to broaden the applicant pool to bring in more talent from outside, which is going to help us reduce the vacancy rate, but it's also going to reduce the vacancy rate by keeping people in DLNR. We want them to see it as the career choice.
So what percent are internal movements versus external to internal? Do you have any ratios?
It's about 20, I think, of our hiring efforts, 22% about were internal movements, promotions, I'm sorry.
versus 78, 80%.
Yeah. So we do have opportunity with retention.
How are you attracting those outsiders, though? Because people say, oh, we don't get enough applications and nobody wants to work for us. Wages are too low.
Our divisions do a great job of reaching out to their partners. So
Who are
we
your
work
partners?
as a team.
They're like Kupu.
Yeah.
They're like Kupu. So they're out in the field. They're like our NGO partners who work with us.
Oh,
They're our
okay.
legal fellows who have now become employees. So these are people who have done internships with us. And as a result, when a position becomes open, they apply. So a lot of them we've created an environment to bring in as many of these other resources who get a taste of DLNR and choose it to be a career path. But it's really our partners, and quite frankly, it's all of our divisions who go out there and they do a wide call out and they bring in people. And so that's generally how we've been
So
able
the
to
network
recruit.
is very, very key that you're
Yes.
plugged into. Now, is this replicable in other departments then?
We believe so. We believe that
Or
they
you guys
must
are
have
the
made-
extrovert department? You're out, and, come on, you como mai kind of thing.
I mean, we're lucky. We have a unique mission. I mean, the people who come to work for us, they like working in the ocean, on the land. So it's a little different than if you're like, with some of the other state agencies. I mean, we attract a particular kind of constituents. These are people who really don't mind getting their hands dirty, being an INA-based, but again, it gives us the opportunity to recruit a lot of young people who aren't necessarily looking for a college degree, but have an expertise working the land, whose families are from these areas, that they have found DLNR to be a career. And that's really what we're looking for, a career path. I mean, these guys over here that you see back here, I mean, they have been with DLNR for years. I mean, they never leave, thank goodness. But it's a career path.
I know Jason. Helps us in Hawaii. But the point is, it's inspiring. Keep up the good work, because
thank
that's
you.
usually, hey, we can't get people, and we can't do this because we don't have the money, or we don't. And then it's now default. We don't have the people to do it. So that's
It's
very
not been
encouraging.
easy. I mean, as Alice said, it's a team effort, but her team has spent a lot of time meeting with our supervisors, finding out what is it that they need, how do we tailor our minimum qualifications to meet your needs without jeopardizing the statewide, classifications. But no, it's been a long journey, and we have just challenged them because they don't want to wait 6 months for a list. So our staff has been working with, and
So here's the test. What's the
Yes.
turnaround between a vacancy and the filling of it? Because sometimes this goes months and months and months. Have you got any indication of that? That would be the real test of the efficacy of it.
I don't have an answer. I don't know if Alice does.
Your numbers are good, but is the speed by which they're implanted?
We can get back to you.
I
So
mean,
you-
sometimes it takes 6 months to fill
Yeah,
one Manini position.
last year was a breakthrough year, and that was because our HR invested time to really ensure that they were, the qualifications were reflective of what the department needed. So it just meant, DHERD, they service the entire state, but Alice just services DLNR. So her and her team can really dedicate
So
that.
this is part of the secret sauce, right? here.
She is the secret sauce. Her team, they're the secret sauce. They are.
Okay,
Our
got it.
team is really good. Yeah. I'm really lucky.
Your humility is
So
showing.
don't take her. Don't be saying it too loud. Only within this room. Only within this room.
Thank you.
No, thank you very
Chair.
much for acknowledging
Thank you
that.
very much. Thank you. Yeah, workforce is going to be an issue for us going forward, and I appreciate the efforts. I understand that doing from within is probably easier. Bringing in your interns, that's a good strategy. So, right. But at the end of the day, what we have to continue to work on is, right, our workforce age demographics is shrinking. So we still got to figure out how we're going to continue to provide services with a smaller workforce. So that's going to be our challenge for the next decade, I think. Anyway, any further questions? Okay, so you have your attached agencies that you wanted to bring up.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll go in order. 907. First up is Ahumoku. Yeah, you're gonna go 907, 908, 909.
There's your, oh, that's the,
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Leimana Damate. I'm the Executive Director for LNR 907, Ahamoku. You have before you just a brief description of what Ahamoku is. And we are attached to DLNR through Act 288, the Session Laws Hawaii 2012. So our accomplishments are listed before you, but what I wanted to focus on are the accomplishments that are not listed, and those are island by island. There are 8 islands in the Hawaii state Ahamoku, 8 po'o, 46 moku land districts, and 606 ahupua'a. Each ahupua'a is significantly different. They depend on their natural and cultural resources. They're not all alike, and so many times state laws are one size fit all. And over the years, since 2012, Ahamoku has been able to bring the people forward from the 606 ahupua'a. And our main mission is to bring their voices forward if there are any considerable things that impact their ahupua'a. Once it's brought forward, we take it to DLNR, to the different divisions. And this is where the biggest accomplishment has been, is that the Ahamoku is mandated to work with the regulatory process within DLNR. And once issues are brought forward, then we work with the divisions on how to mitigate it. And by work with, I don't mean myself, I mean our po'o will bring the families or the voices of the people of a specific area that is impacted by a specific issue to the department, and then they work directly with the people. And that has been very successful in avoiding litigation and avoiding a lot of hassle. So one of the things I would like to bring up is that we are in the process, one of the issues that the people are worried about, and this is on every island, is the commercial and recreational permits that are given out by DLNR, by DOBOR, and by state parks. Now, DOBOR and state parks are working so well within our system, in our process, which means that we go to the people first and ask them, what do they need? And it's taken years for us to get to the point where we could do that. For instance, a state commercial license, commercial permit, is just, I think it's first come, first serve, and that the criteria is different. What we're looking for is to attach to the criteria the kapa'akai analysis, so that the burden of proof is on the applicant on whether or not they can actually adhere to the kapa'akai analysis, which is mandated by the Hawaii Supreme Court. That takes the burden off of DLNR and puts it on the applicant itself. The hard thing on this is that to do that, the applicant has to identify, if they're getting a commercial marine license, for instance, they have to identify exactly where they're going to be operating, because kapa'akai is site-specific, and generally commercial licenses, you would be able to fish or operate in all marine waters in the state. So we're still working on that, but that's where our Ahamoku people are working with DLNR to address issues that are probably or could be, adversarial, and they're not. They're actually not. So our main mandate was that when Ahamoku became attached to DLNR, it was to work cohesively with each division and to bring the voices forward. In return, DLNR also lets us know what the issues that are impacting them are, and we take it to the people of the different areas that are impacted. Now, on our budget, the only thing that we are requesting that is new is, and it's in the act that allows for this, is an administrative assistant. Someone to do the accounting, someone to do all of the, to help with the travel and all of that. Because right now, there's only one employee doing all of this for 8 islands, and that's me. So, and I'm not, very honestly, I am not knowledgeable about accounting processes. My strength is working with the people and bringing all of their issues forward, which we have been doing. So I would ask that that one position, actually the funding be released, and then I can work with Alice on how to bring that person forward. Okay, that was all that I had. Any questions?
Okay, thank you. Members, we'll open up the questions. Representative Portwood.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm sorry.
Aloha.
sorry.
Yeah, I have a few questions.
Yes.
Just in looking at the budget, $286,300 for the program is what I'm seeing. I'm just curious how that breaks down into expenses.
You know, we're so grateful for that amount because it's a little bit higher than what we've had in the past. And so the major breakdown is that the 8 island representatives, the po'o for each island, believe it or not, most of them don't even own computers. They don't have laptops. So the main portion of the money would go for infrastructure and capacity for each of the islands. Part of that would go for the administrative assistant salary. And then meetings, each of the moku, each of the islands have a specific number of moku where they need to go in and have moku meetings. Now, we've done that in the past, and believe it or not, we encourage all of our Hawaiian people and our families that the best thing for them to do is to work with DLNR and to work with their legislators, make sure they vote. And that has been very successful, you know. So it's also training, having families being trained by kupuna so that they know that the particular practices, lawai'a and mahi'ai, are handed down. All of those cultural practices are handed down and not forgotten.
Thank you. So it's for infrastructure capacity, the administrative assistant,
Yes.
some travel related things.
Yes.
And then, so just to be clear, in the 286,000, does that include your salary?
Yes.
Or, okay.
Yes,
Okay.
and the salary of the administrative assistant.
Okay. So if an issue comes up on, say, on Molokai,
Yeah.
can you talk through the process of if an issue is brought to you and you need to go do outreach, how you work through that with the community and how that outreach is reported, I guess, to DLNR?
Yes, yes, of course. One that recently came up is an issue on Elio Point. And the issue was access for the people to access the beach. So when I found out, I asked the director, administrator, David Smith, about it. He wanted to clarify with the people. And so our po'o, Walter Rollins, what happened is that I flew in with David and crew, and David actually held a site visitation with Walter and with, I think he was the only one. And then they held a community meeting, a full big community meeting, where Ahamoku held the meeting, and David and his staff were there to answer questions on Ilio Point. So the result of that process is that, from what I'm told by my po'o, by Walter, is that they were happy. They felt finally they were talking to DLNR, to the right people. And so what we're asking is that when an issue that comes up where the whole community is involved, and this one was, that the administrator go with me, and he did, to the island. So that's an issue with Molokai. That's how our process works.
Because it's very ahupua'a based, how do you or the po'o identify who in the ahupua'a should be consulted, or how that consultation occurs?
Molokai, they have a kupuna council. And on that council, there are kupuna that are from each of the moku. So, for instance, on Ilio Point, Walter asked the kupuna who was most familiar with the families down there who to contact to come to the community meeting. And so they work through their kupuna. It's the people who are traditionally from the ahupua'a of Ilio. There's nobody living there now. But there's still families that are connected to that place. And those are the people that Walter brought to the meeting. So basically, in the past, I would be the one doing all the connecting.
Yeah.
What we've done now is I don't. And I'm the liaison, and I work.
I'm just trying to understand how it's assured that there is the representation, because it has been a divisive issue on
Yes.
Molokai of who is and isn't acknowledged. And so Ahamoku, Molokai, it works sometimes, it doesn't work a lot of the time.
Yes.
So I guess that's what my question was regarding. And for more statewide issues like the aquarium fishing ban, I heard on the meeting the position. I agree with the position, but I'm just curious for statewide issues like that, how the outreach, if it's different than with really place-space specific.
It's not that different. The outreach goes out to the island po'o, and they go out to each one of their moku and their ahupua'a to let them know and then to find out what their position is. So that's their kuleana to do that.
So they may or may not do it.
Yes, they may or may not.
But they may still take a position for the island, regardless of outreach being done or not.
No.
Okay, I'm just curious because for that issue, there wasn't a community meeting, so I'm just trying to understand how the community can expect to participate. And I know it's different everywhere because everywhere does it different.
It would actually be up to, if the community requested a community meeting through Ahamoku, then we would go ahead and arrange that. But in the case of the aquarium fishing, they had statewide meetings, and we were not involved in that except to let our people know about the meetings so that they could attend.
Okay, I recall hearing that all the islands moku supported the position that Ahamoku took. So I'm just curious of how that came to that support, which I personally support as well. I'm just trying to understand the different processes that get worked through in the different positions that are taken. But so I think maybe my last question is that Ahamoku is required to do legislative reporting every year?
Yes.
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 I could only find 2014 and 16 on the website listed. So is there somewhere I can find the rest of the reports?
Our website is still being put together. And that's my fault because it's the capacity thing. And and I have to apologize. Our legislative report for this year is almost finished, but it hasn't been. I have been ill and have not been able to work for the last couple of weeks. But it is coming. In the prior seasons from 16, 17, 18, 19, we had no funding. Well, 19 we got the funding. 17, 18, we had no funding, and we stayed in position by me being able to work within DLNR in a different capacity.
Okay.
That's why.
But they're still required to report yearly regardless.
Yes, they are.
So are those reports available?
Actually, yes. Not all of them. 17 and 18, there were no reports.
Okay.
Okay.
Would you be able to get to Chair's office the reports that are available?
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
I will.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to Kaho'olawe Commission. We have a committee, commission, and authority. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I guess I'll read the next one. Here we go. Okay, aloha, happy new year, and once again, my name is Mike Nahopi, the executive director for Kaho'olawe Island Reserve Commission, and it wouldn't be another legislative session if Mike's not here looking for funding. But first of all, I want to say thank you for last year, for Hawaiian Caucus, for the Finance Committee, and also for Water and Land Committee. You guys introduced bills and heard bills to increase our reoccurring operating fund and for additional personnel. The reoccurring operating fund was successfully added to the budget, and we have that funding now, and we're utilizing the majority of it is for on-island infrastructure, operation, maintaining the base camp, getting people to the island, the boat, our vehicles that go up and down, and we still hunt for federal grants, and even we have a Department of Health grant coming up to buy the plants and to do the actual projects. But the bulk of the funding that we've received from the state is for personnel and then also to keep the infrastructure so that we can do things on Kaho'olawe. We do not have any requests in the budget. Nothing was picked up, but we're still looking for those additional people from last year. I have 16 positions authorized, no vacancies, so I can use more people. And I think I was going to answer Representative Ward. The secret is we have over 400 volunteers a year and a big outreach with, I think you guys get our annual reports, Instagram accounts, all these things. And if people want to work on Kaho'olawe, that's what is unique about DLNR. They want to go and work there. And we have people standing in line that said, hey, when there's an opening, call me. We can teach you to do almost anything. You got close to the background, we can teach you because Kaho'olawe is so unique that nobody has the background skills needed. Like I came from a weird background. I'm ex-Navy, range manager, Navy CB, and run boats. So you're never going to find that again, that kind of thing. So if there's any funding left over, we have a couple personnel positions that we're looking for. They're all Maui-based. So we're trying to increase the Maui workforce by having those 4 staff people that we're looking for. And also, we didn't ask for the CIP that we've come every year for our Kihei site. We have a facility that we've been planning for many years to build at that site. It's not only our office, but it's an educational center. It's going to be the history of the restoration of Kaho'olawe and the occupation and the fight, the struggle to return the island back to the people. But also, we're looking at it as an economic engine for the South Kihei area because we're restricted from commercial activities on Kaho'olawe, so we can't make money on Kaho'olawe. But we have this Kihei property that we will generate as much revenue we can from every square inch on that property so that we can help offset some of the money that we're asking all the time so we can continue the restoration work and also put some more money back into the community by drawing tourists that don't have any place to go up in north area, come down south, come down to Kihei, lower Kihei, and spend more time there instead of staying at their condos and they leave and they only come back in the afternoon to come back to the condos, they can actually stay there in Kihei, and we'll have something for them to do. And we're already working partnerships with Maui Ocean Center. If you've been there and you've seen our sample exhibit, we actually have over 1,000 square foot exhibit of what our museum would kind of look like, and we're partnering with Maui Ocean Center. And then we also have some HT fundings to create some visual 3D modeling of what our building would look like. So that's what the one in the middle is, kind of a conceptual design of what we're looking at. We already went to the Maui County. We got support from Kihei Community Association, and we even have SMA permits. So the permit planning process is way along the route. We're just going to wait until everything settles down, money's back in the state coffers, and come back and ask if we can build our facility down there. And that's all I have. If you have any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Cochran.
Just, this was news to me, but have you folks been talking about possibly being the permanent site for the debris removal from Lahaina?
I heard that story. I heard that story. Well, okay. Let's put it in perspective. If they want to do that and bring it to Kaho'olawe, they have to take it to Kaho'olawe Harbor first, or one of the harbors. So they would have to pay the money to transport it to a harbor, transport it on a boat, go to Kaho'olawe, build some kind of repository system that would need unexploded ordnance clearance, EA permits. That's 5 years probably right there. The cleanup, that has to be done federally because the state does not do bomb disposal. So that's maybe another couple years. So, and then, that's not even talking about people who don't want it. This is just the practicality of bringing it to Kaho'olawe. It will probably, I kind of thought about it. It'll probably add like 5 to 6 years before you even move one bag from Lahaina out of Lahaina, if that's the depository's location. Yeah.
Okay, well, no, Chair, I just need to get that on record because that's been the it was news to me when county told me, if you hear this, it's a big no, but I just, as Kirk, to verify the no.
Yeah, I was watching the hearings and everybody was clapping when somebody mentioned it at the very end. And I was like, well, it's not very practical. It's, and it's going to cost a lot of money because the cleanup was a lot of money. And this is something even different, so. Not even talking about the cultural aspect of it. Yeah.
And I appreciate all your work and the opportunity to have been on the island. So that was definitely a lifetime experience. Thank you.
And we're still open if we can organize the trip again. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Any further questions? Okay. We're going to move on to Mauna Kea.
Hello, I'm John Komeiji, the chair of the Mauna Kea Authority. So thanks for the committee to come up to the Mauna and do a site visit. Since that time, we actually done a lot. We have finished our interviews for filling the position of executive director. We've done that. We've created a committee to start, and they're actually working on starting to do our own management master plan. They've been meeting, the authority members have been meeting to start doing that. Part of our challenge is defining what mutual management means with the University of Hawaii. So as part of the discussion there, we've met with the regents. We've created a working group with the chair of the regents, the Hawaii Island regent, 2 of the authority members. We've created a working group that would address any issues that come by and between us where we might potentially disagree. We've intentionally made that working group very flexible. We can invite the chair of the DLNR or appropriate people from the DLNR to participate in that discussion, and any other individuals that we think might be assistance to kind of resolve any problem. We've created another working group whereby the University of Hawaii is supposed to create an inventory of the assets that need to be transferred from the university. So that once we get that inventory, the idea is to go through those assets and try to determine how and when we transfer those assets. An example of some of the difficulty that you might face is an asset may have been purchased with grant money or certain monies that there's restrictions on the transfer. So we're going to have to work through all of that. But we've created that committee already. And again, we have representatives of the university and ourselves on that. The last thing that we've done since you guys visited the Mauna is that we understand the importance of communication with the community. So in our last meeting that we had last week, we agreed that our board meetings are going to be spread across the islands in person, so that we can give opportunity for people to come and listen to us. In addition to those board meetings, we've also agreed that we're going to have talk story sessions on each of the islands to explain exactly what we're doing and obtain feedback. So as you might see, I forget exactly when you guys came up, but all of that has occurred. We've created all of those things and have all of them in motion since your visit to the Mauna. We're not asking for any kind of supplemental budget, and we're thankful for the budget that you gave us last year.
Thank you very much. Members, questions? Okay, you did a good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our hearing. Chair Chang, if you have any closing remarks.
Truly, on behalf of the Department of Land and Natural Resources and literally everybody behind us, we want to thank you for the opportunity. The House has always been very generous to us. Last year, we got, the House was very generous to us, and we thank you for that. But for Lahaina Harbor, the Lahaina fires, we believe we would have been able to implement a lot of that. But priorities, so we're trying to do with what we can. Heard a lot of the comments that you had for us today. We will continue to work with you. But thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Yeah, thank you, and we look forward to working with you. Chair Chama, you have anything? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are in recess. Okay, we're going to reconvene the Committee on Finance to continue our budget briefings. Next up is HHSC. We'll start with the corporate, and then we'll go down 210, 211, 212, 213, 214, 215. So we'll go in order. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Edward Chu. I'm the newly appointed President Chief Executive Officer for Hawaii Health Systems Corporation. With me today, I also have representatives from all of our regions. So behind me, we have Dan Brinkman, who's our East Hawaii Region CEO. He's in charge of Hilo Medical Center, Ka'u Hospital, and Haleho'ola Hamakua on the east side of Hawaii Island. And we have next to him is Clayton McGann. He is our West Hawaii Region CEO, and that includes the Kona Community Hospital and also Kohala Hospital. And next to Clayton is Lance Segawa. He is our Kauai Region CEO, who is in charge of Kauai Veterans Memorial Hospital and Samuel Mahelona Memorial Hospital. We also have Derek Akiyoshi. He is our Oahu Region CEO. He's in charge of Leahi Hospital, Maluhia, and soon to be a new veterans home on Oahu. And also we have with us Stephen Nawahine. He's the Chief Executive Officer for Kahuku Medical Center. And we also have Gino Amar. He's the administrator of Kohala Hospital. And we have members of our corporate and regional staff as well. So thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony to this committee. Just wanted to go over a few things. Most of the comments are already in your written testimony that we provided to you, but we did want to mention a few things. So those of you who may be not familiar with HHSC, we are the public hospital system located primarily in rural areas across the state. So in our going from Hawaii Island, we did mention our East Hawaii and West Hawaii regions, Kauai, and also the Oahu region. We also do still technically own the facilities on Maui region, Maui Memorial, Kula Hospital, and Lanai Community Hospital. Those properties are being leased to Maui Health Systems under a lease agreement. So they are operating those hospitals at this time. So for fiscal year 2023, just to kind of give an overview of how many people we serve. So acute care discharges for our 4 regions were about 13,278, which is about 12% of all the acute care discharges in the state. And in terms of emergency department visits, the 4 regions did about 87,879 emergency department visits, which is about 18% of all the emergency department visits statewide. So as you can see, we are part of a pretty vital part of the overall healthcare infrastructure. We take care of the primarily neighbor island communities as well as the population here on Oahu that needs long-term care as well for the Medicaid population primarily. So just to kind of a few more statistics on us, for the county of Hawaii, our facilities are cared for over 70% of all acute care discharges and 81% of all ER visits. And for residents of the county of Kauai, our facilities account for about 22.5% of all acute care discharges and about 39% of emergency department visits. For Oahu region, they represent about 11% of the total long-term care, skilled nursing, ICF, intermediate care facility bed capacity for Oahu, and about 14% of all the Medicare beds in that for those types of services. As you folks may know, HHSC as a state agency and a corporation by statute, we do have some significant challenges, primarily as relates to the healthcare arena. Large percentage of our patients are paid for by Medicaid and Quest. And for Oahu, that's particularly acute because they're about 86% Medicaid. So that's probably the lowest payer out of all of them. Third-party reimbursements are generally pretty low in this state, particularly Medicare. For the state of Hawaii ranks about 48th out of the 51 states and territories in terms of Medicare reimbursement. So we're the 48th lowest. There's many reasons for that, which we can get to if you want to talk about that. But that definitely hurts our bottom line. We do have difficulty in recruiting workers particularly in the rural communities. As you've seen in the paper, we do have shortages in a lot of different areas, physicians, but we're also seeing it in areas like, certified nurse assistants, more the entry-level positions as well, techs, and certified registered nurses as well. So it is a challenge. We are working with our community partners to develop programs to address some of these shortages, so we're not left short. But it is a constant challenge for us to recruit and retain these personnel. We also have aging facilities. Many of our hospitals were initially built back in the plantation days, way back when. So as you can imagine, infrastructure is a big deal for us. We do have deferred maintenance that needs to be addressed at several of our facilities. So, obviously we are subject to a lot of the mandates from the federal government in terms of healthcare policy and what happens with Medicare and that section. So there's always mandates, and with a budget crisis that's happening up at the federal level, we want to make sure that those programs are all being funded. So we are definitely subject to that. Part of our accomplishments is being dedicated to quality care. For Hilo Medical Center, Leahi Hospital, Malahia, and Sami Mahila Memorial Hospital, they have received a 5-star rating from Medicare Nursing Home Compare website, so that's the highest rating you can get. Hilo Medical Center also obtained a 4-star rating from Medicare's Hospital Compare website, and they're one of few hospitals here in Hawaii that do get that level of quality rating. We have done several things to try to help ourselves. We're not just reliant on the state to cover our expenses. We are focusing on growing revenue, which we've done successfully over the past few years. Our revenue has actually grown 11.6% from fiscal year 2022, and it's gone up 28.6% from fiscal year 2021. So we are trying to do our best to grow revenue by introducing more service lines that generate revenue, and also we're also focusing on areas like commercial contract payer negotiations. These are negotiations with payers like HMSA, Kaiser. We're trying to be using the data that's available to us now with the Federal Price Transparency Act. We're trying to make sure that our hospitals are being paid fairly in comparison to the other private hospitals, so that we're on par with those payments. We have been successful in that endeavor. To date, we've already signed contracts with HMSA, Kaiser, and UHA, which reflect those payments, and that's a strategy we'll be continuing to pursue in the future. The other thing we've been doing is maximizing our federal funding opportunities. Provider Relief Fund during the pandemic was a very big source of relief for us. We did experience a lot of increased costs because of the coronavirus, and we also saw that because of the shutdown of the state for a brief period of time, that our revenues were lower than what we had normally would anticipate having. So the Provider Relief Fund provided us with over $60 million worth of funds that we use to help keep our request for state subsidy low. And we've also been successful in implementing a program with the MedQuest division to draw down federal funds for our losses that we sustained from the Medicaid, Quest, and uninsured patients. So we're able to use our losses that we generate from serving those patients, and we draw down federal matching funds for those. So we've gotten about $60 million in those funds in fiscal year 2023. So that helps to offset our need for continuous state funding. We've also been collaborating with other private hospitals on a lot of on our state services. In our West Hawaii region, we just recently implemented the EPIC electronic medical record systems with help from Queens Medical Center. They've helped us to implement that system. We think that will improve the quality of care and the coordination of care between other healthcare facilities in the state. Other things we've done is for Kauai region, we've done things like partnership with Hawaii Pacific Health Wilcox to provide island-wide radiologist coverage for the 3 hospitals on the island. So that's a big help to all of us there. And also, Kauai region has also been doing some community partnerships with like the Meals on Wheels program to serve Meals on Wheels to some of the residents there. I think they're doing like 200 meals a day. Yeah, so that's a big benefit to the community that we're trying to do. Oahu region, they've been working with a lot of different initiatives. As I mentioned, the Veterans Home is coming up shortly. It's located out in Kapolei area, so that's due to open sometime this year. They've also been working with the Department of Health Adult Mental Health Division to establish what they call a Polekoha treatment program, which basically it's about 28 beds that are used for adults seeking mental and that have mental and reoccurring substance abuse disorder. There's kind of residential treatment program that's on our campus, so we're working with them on that. There was also some space on our campus that we're using to work with EMS of the City and County of Honolulu and Queens to provide a medical respite facility on the Leahi campus, so that's in progress as well. And they've also worked with Queens Medical Center to try to see if there's an arrangement they could use to have some space to transfer more of their waitlisted patients over to Leahi and Malahia to help alleviate some of the backlog they have there. So that's also a work in progress as well. So with that, I just kind of wanted to get into our budget requests for fiscal year 2025, the supplemental year. In the prior session, the legislature gave us some critically needed funds for operations, about $160 million in general funds for HTH 212, which covers the three HHSC regions, East Hawaii, West Hawaii, and Kauai. We've tried to be cognizant that, the state funds are something we don't want to necessarily be asking for more and more every year. So at this point in time, we do not believe we need an additional emergency appropriation for this current fiscal year we're in, and we do not believe we are not requesting any additional funds for fiscal year 2025. But that $160 million that was appropriated last session is critical for us at this point. With that level, we'll barely be able to make it through fiscal year 2025, but I think we can make it through without having to do any reductions of services. So. We do have some small CIP requests. So we have about $31.3 million that we requested from the governor in CIP projects for the three regions. The governor recommended about $25.5 million in his admin package. So this is on top of what was appropriated in the 2022 legislative session. For Oahu region, they are also not requesting any additional subsidy for operations over what we had appropriated in the last session. They have about $23.4 million in general fund appropriations, and they believe that will be enough to get them through the upcoming fiscal year. And in terms of CIP, they're asking for $11.9 million in CIP projects. Lots of small projects, lots of deferred maintenance type projects ranging between $500,000 to $1 million or so. In the governor's recommendation, he did not recommend any CIP funds for Oahu region, so we're hoping that you will consider that in this committee. Kahuku Medical Center, they've been having about $1.8 million in general fund appropriations every year for several years. That hasn't changed for a while. In their supplemental budget request, they did request about $1.4 million in additional funds on top of that. The governor recommended about $232,500 on top of their $1.8 million, so a total of about a little over $2 million in general fund appropriations for them, and I think they'll be able to work with that. In terms of CIP, they did request about $5 million in CIP projects, and the governor recommended about $1.5 million for them in CIP. And we also have Maui Health Systems here. They will be doing their own testimony on their requests. But I just wanted to give an overview of HHSC and our regional requests, and be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so you did the report for all the regions?
Yes.
Okay, thank
But
you.
you have specific questions on their testimony as well.
Okay.
They can.
Okay, why don't we take questions up for what your presentation was, and then we'll take Maui up after that. Okay. Members, any questions? Yes, Representative Morikawa.
Thank you. Of course, my question is the Kauai-related one. But first, let me just comment on your homebound meals that you recently got. I think that is very well appreciated on Kauai, because I, for one, was in the hospital and I was able to purchase a little ticket, and I got a meal from your food service, and I thought that was a very good, nutritious meal. So thank you for that. But my question is geared to the differences between a per diem nurse, a per diem CNA, and your per diem positions. What exactly is that? Or actually, you can...
A per diem nurse is a nurse that we hire for casual work. So from time to time, we need to ask someone in that capacity to work a shift because of either sick call or vacation. And so we don't have people that are lined up for that position, so we call per diems. On Kauai, most of the nurses that we have per diem work at Wilcox as well. So they go back and forth. So we'll call and usually they give us their schedule when they're available. And so when it kind of matches up, then we'll call them. So they only get paid when they work.
So I see the budgeted amounts are pretty small, actually.
Yeah, we don't want to. So there are some per diems that when we call them, they're not available. And so when that goes on for a while, we'll just have a conversation with them and we'll drop them. So, we don't want to keep too many people on a per diem status if they're hardly ever available. So the per diems that we're going to keep are the ones that tend to be a little bit more dependable. So it's an ongoing issue in terms of trying to find schedules that match up.
So are these like traveling nurses?
No, the per diems are local. They live in our community.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
But they're not, they're like really part-timers.
they're like I said,
No benefits.
no benefits. And so they're looking for extra hours from now, from time to time. But again, it's all got to match up because many of them work at Wilcox, so they already have a regular job. So we'll call them, and if they're available, then they'll work.
And if you fall short on the amount you need, I guess you're using your vacancy pool to kind of.
We'll ask. We'll have staff if they want to work overtime. And so if you have a situation where we're going to have a permanent vacancy for a period of time, that's when we'll use locums and agency nurses. Because they'll come in and work 13 weeks at a time. Yeah. So.
Thank you.
Okay.
Representative Takuchi.
Hi, morning,
Hi.
everybody. Oh, almost noon. I wanted to ask, what's going on with the Oahu region transfer to DOH that was supposed to happen next year?
The Oahu region transfer at this point is still on the books. It's the legislation is still standing. It's been, I think, maybe 2 sessions ago, it got the actual transition date got delayed to December 31st, 2025. So it's still by law, it's still scheduled to happen. I think there was a bill that was put forth last session from, I think, sponsored by the Department of Health that would have repealed the transition. So that bill, I think, didn't make it through the session. So that's still going to be coming up again, I think, this coming session.
Is the funding and everything attached with that move, because it was kind of a big number, if I recall, like $10 million to move over? Is
that would have
gonna
been the
be on
cost
DOH?
too. Yeah, that would have been a cost for DOH to absorb the operations of essentially what the corporate office now does for Oahu region and to have the staff to manage that region.
And all these changes in plan, how we're doing all the projects. I know one of them is with DOH, but all those other projects with city and county and Queens, is DOH going to absorb those projects also? Or have we updated them and asked them if they plan on doing that if we're moving forward with some of these?
Well, I believe, I think the Department of Health will come before this committee as well at some point in time. But I believe their intent is to still not go through with the prior legislation that repealed the transition. So we're happy to work with, the Oahu region to continue to explore the opportunity that they have because we think that they're important to the healthcare infrastructure as a whole. So I think the things that they're doing with Queens to try to address the wait list issues and medical respite, trying to get people out of the emergency rooms and things like that are crucial to trying to address some of the issues we have systemic in the healthcare industry here.
Okay. And sorry, Oahu region's stance is that they want to stay with HHSC or they want to be absorbed by DOH.
Good morning, everyone. Derek Akiyoshi with the Oahu region. So, as Ed was mentioning, the Oahu region's position is going to be to try to remain with the HHSC and repeal the act.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Further questions? Mr. Kahalo.
Thank you, Chair. Question for the West Hawaii region, understanding the extraordinary efforts to get here despite the cracks in our runway.
It's a lot.
Hi, Clayton. Just wanted to see if you could share an update on the CIP requests that were encumbered last session or appropriated last session, and then any other additional requests for the 2025.
Sure.
Thank you again, and happy to be here. It was a lot to navigate the airport this morning, but we made it. As far as the previous CIP requests, to give you an update, and many of you have toured the facility, so thank you for coming on site. Our pharmacy project, which we had mentioned before, and you appropriated monies for, we have started the overhead steel, so they're hanging all of that. Our HVAC that was in disrepair has been fixed. So, and then we have many other projects that we're working on. One of the big ones is our wastewater treatment plant, and a lot has to do with our central utility plants, electric infrastructure. So those are currently in engineering, and we should have contracts awarded very soon. As far as additional CIP requests, this year, our focus last year was really on Kona Community Hospital. We're now focused on Kohala Hospital, and they have a $6.8 million request to basically build out a CT scanner for Kohala. Currently, patients have to be discharged, taken to, they present through the ER, they then have to be discharged because they need a CT scan. They have to travel over across the mountain to North Hawaii or wherever they can, and then they get brought back to the facility. And this really is the standard of care. Someone presents to the ER, they need that CT scan to really examine what's going on with them.
Thank you, Chair. May I ask one more question?
Please.
Just to be equitable, I would like to see if Hilo Medical Center had any updates to their CIP as well as any additional supplemental requests for next session. We love the whole island.
Good morning. I'm Dan Brinkman, the regional CEO for the East Hawaii region, so the east side of Hawaii Island. So thank you, Rep, for that equitable opportunity. So update on CIP. It was a very generous year last year, so thank you very much for this committee and the funding that we got for the ICU expansion. It is slated to mobilize in April. We awarded a contract to a contractor. We got the permit and so forth. So we're on track. Pretty, I think, aggressive timetable for completion, 22 months. So a little bit quicker than we thought, but you know, kind of I'll believe it when I see it. But we are very excited to get that project going. As far as CIP for this year, there is some money that's in kind of the general HHSC appropriation, and we are. We hope that remains throughout the session. It's very important to keep up on those items. There is one request. This involved actually Ka'u Hospital. I think we're both kind of focusing on some of our CAWs or our smaller facilities. So this would be to do some site work and prep for basically an outpatient facility in Keau. Those of you who aren't familiar with the Big Island, most of the growth on the island is in the Puna district. Actually, it's, most of the growth in the state is in the Puna district because of the lower land prices. Actually, half of the population we serve is in that district, and Keau is kind of the business hub for Keau, Nahilehu, Volcano, Mountain View, those communities there. So we're trying to be proactive in making sure that you have outpatient services available in those communities instead of having to come up to Hilo, which with the traffic and the road, sometimes a half hour, 45 minutes. So we've been working with our representatives and also with Senator Joyce Ann Benaventura, who that is her district as well. So there is a request there for $8 million in this particular supplemental year. So thank you. It was very nice of you. Appreciate that, Rep.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I just wondering what type of efforts has Maui Health System in reference to the wildfires of Lahaina, if any?
We're going to take Maui up after.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, Maui will
Yeah.
come. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, sorry. And then looking, I guess maybe in reference to this, just wanted to know what the Patients Safekeeping Trust Fund is for Kona and Leahi, because I believe Leahi caretakes our Kalaupapa patients. Is that right?
That's actually a Department of Health program that's located on our campus, but
Okay.
the Department of Health runs that.
So they would have the detailed information on
Yes.
that. Oh, okay, got it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Further questions? Okay. Chair Bellotti.
Thank you. Questions for Ed. Thank you for being here. And thank you Chair for allowing chairs to ask questions. I'm going to have to defer to chairs because I don't really understand all of these tables. So some of the questions I might be asking are very basic and fundamental, but if you can help me through it. You mentioned that HHSC received a significant amount of ARPA funds. And
Yes.
so have you spent all of that down, or is that still, because as I read this table, it looks like you have about 41 million still unused, or has it already been used?
That money was spent the last time we had ARPA appropriation was for fiscal year 2023, which we just ended. So that all money has all been spent and utilized.
So nothing, you guys are not sitting on any other ARPA funds or any other coronavirus
We don't
funds?
anticipate any more ARPA funds for this year or future years. The provider relief fund, I believe, at the federal level still has some money in there. We have no idea what they're going to use it for, though. From our understanding, it appears that that fund, the purpose of that fund, has kind of dried up now that the public health emergency is no longer in place.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what's going to happen at the federal level with that money, but we don't think there's going to be any more distributions at this point in time.
Okay. I do want to comment also, I really appreciate your testimony on all the revenue generating measures that you've been trying to take, especially the contract negotiations, because I think that really helps your bottom line, but our bottom line as the state. So really appreciate the work that you've done on that. This is really minor, but this just jumped out at me as from one of the tables. It looks like you have overtime pay really high in Hamakua. Can you comment on why that is? And is it because it's the type of service that you're providing, and does it have to do with workforce shortage?
I think Dan will be answering that question.
Come on, Ed, you can do that.
I can do it too.
No,
Up to you.
It just jumps out, so it's
it is.
17%, right?
It's a big number, and it's, I think, smart of you to notice it. So Hamakua is Halehola Hamakua, so it's a critical access hospital up on the Hamakua coast. They have 66 long-term care beds, and they also operate an ER like a lot of our critical access hospitals. They're a really isolated community. If you think they're about 20 minutes from Waimea, but a good deal away from Hilo and the population center. So they really struggle to get both regular staff and also, you would be surprised, but contract or traveler staff. So it's not, I guess, on the top list of where travelers want to work. It's mostly long-term care, and we've struggled to even get what we call registry nurses to work long-term care, but they provide a very valuable service. So when they're short, it's that community, which is basically where the employees are from, they have to step up and cover and deal with when we're short. So they do that by, honestly, working a lot of overtime. And it's appreciated, and honestly, we don't like it because it burns people out after a while. But we have really struggled to cover, I guess, their staffing needs. We've done, actually, we do pretty substantial pay differentials just for that facility for both our aides and nurses to keep the ones that we have, because it's become a very competitive market. And then we also do paid CNA training programs that we do with the high school and that are focused on that community to be able to address some of those shortages. We've actually had a pretty good round of success. We did a class with about 15 people, and we ended up with about 8 aides out of the community. We paid for it, and we gave them paid training and got them licensed, but they're working in the facility. But that's why we have the overtime.
Okay, thank you. Actually, and just to follow up on that, this is a little bit kind of outside of the realm of the budgets in front of us. But, the health committee did a site visit pre-wildfires, and we got the opportunity to meet with Kona and Hilo staff, and we talked a lot about your workforce initiatives. So one of the things I just heard from your comment is, in fact, it is an issue of workforce shortage, especially for long-term care beds. So are you aware of any funding requests outside of the health budget, any partnership requests with UH, community colleges, that you folks are working with that you're aware of that they might need funding to assist with your efforts to address some of, I believe we had been talking about CNAs and nursing, your partnerships with community colleges with trying to recruit and train nurses. Are you aware of any other kind of programs outside of your budget ask that are looking to help supplement workforce development?
I couldn't name a specific one. I know that Healthcare Association of Hawaii, through some of the programs and grants that came across last year, have been developing some workforce training to do that within schools and so forth, and they actually have a workforce development coordinator in like a 5-year plan, and I believe there are bills or other funding requests that are going to come through. I just can't give them to you specifically.
Okay, but you folks are in active kind of partnerships with the local community colleges and working with them to address your workforce shortages.
Oh, absolutely. We have outreach in the school. We did an aid training program with Waikea High School. We actually are looking similar to what's been done on Oahu with having an actual clinic within the high school where kids can train and then basically see it in action. That's on our agenda to work through with DOE and with HAH in this next year or two. It's really a 2-year process. And then we also have training programs for aides, for medical assistants, for health unit clerks, and for patient representatives. And these days we pay training. We do pay training. It used to be where you could just say, come and, hey, spend your own time. That doesn't work anymore.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, I did just want to add that, we had a visit also from the Senate Ways and Means Committee to the Hawaii Island hospitals. And, part of the things that I think they were most interested in was our training program that we developed internally to try to bring in, to alleviate some of the workforce shortages that we're seeing. So they did make a request of us to document all the different programs that we're doing in the community and working with the community providers. So, that's public information. So if you folks want to get a copy, if you wanted to get a copy of that summary that we did, we can always provide it to you as well.
Certainly, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, if you have questions, okay, we're going to move on to Maui Health Systems. Morning.
Good afternoon. My name's Lynn Fulton. I am the new CEO at Maui Health System. I've been in place for 2 weeks, so I
Up
have.
to speed now then?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have asked Deb Cartwright, our CFO, to join me because Deb has been a big help in this. But I have spent the last 2 weeks working with our team to better understand our financial position as well as our agreement with the state for funding. And I'll stand on our testimony, but we'll just highlight a few things from that. We are requesting a $17.4 million subsidy this year for Maui Health. Now, it is our intention over the next 3 years to be able to decrease that subsidy and become a self-sustaining system. This year, we are a little behind where we wanted to be because of a few events, including the global pandemic, still the residual effects of that, and our staffing, a 52-day labor strike, the wildfires on Maui. And then what I would view as more on the proactive end is earlier this year, we did enter into that level 2 trauma status, and the ramp up cost to that as we expand physician services to be able to really live into that status did increase our cost as well. I do feel good about our plan that Deb and the team have put together, but we are open to answering questions as well on the testimony that we have provided.
Okay, thank you. Hey, members, questions? Representative Cochran.
Thank you, and welcome to the position.
Thank you.
So you said you upgraded to level 2 trauma. What does that mean exactly? Like, what are the added services?
A level 2 trauma, it does, and I can answer this, and I will warn I might have a little bit of the state of Illinois flair in there because that's where I came from, and we were a level 2 trauma status. That does have physicians that are on board to be able to handle what we would call a trauma-related event. So now we have a trauma service, which are physicians that are trained in to provide that. Think general surgery, but upskilled a little bit to be able to handle that, and you have to have that 24/7. There's additional services that you have to have on board as well. Cardiothoracic is an example of a service that you have to have. In addition, you have to make sure your support services are in place, including things like imaging, lab, that are able to handle because you don't know when that comes in.
Okay. And anything having to do with burn units or anything of that nature?
No, we do not have a burn unit. What we would do is stabilize the patient and then transfer them to, usually that's a level 1 trauma center that would have a burn center.
Okay. And I think my question was for the earlier. So just what are the efforts? Or I guess what did you have to ramp up with, in specific relation to the wildfires and the survivors and the ongoing issues?
Correct. And I might lean on Deb, and we also have our Vice President of Operations, Wade, that's here that could comment as well on our exact efforts.
Thank you for the really important question, Representative Cochran. It's a pleasure to meet you. At the time that the fires began, we activated Incident Command. In fact, our Chief Operating Officer is the Incident Commander at our hospital, so it's a subset of the greater response on Maui. From an economic point of view, we sent physicians, nurses, clerical staff into the field where people needed help because they couldn't necessarily come to us. In the first 30 days of our response, we invested about $500,000 in labor. Very little in supplies because burn supplies and these things don't cost a lot of money compared to the many things that we do, like neurosurgery or heart surgery, that sort of thing. But the cost of having physicians and nurses and technical staff in the field, meeting people where they were, it was about $500,000 in that first month. We also we made a decision early on to identify all of our patients that had their residence in Lahaina zip codes. And if they had an open bill due to the hospital, we, because we're a not-for-profit healthcare system, we were able to offer what we call presumptive financial assistance. So that means that no one had to call us and ask for help. We said, if you live in Lahaina, we're going to give you help by waiving the amount that you owe for any open balances to our system. So that was about almost 2,800 individual people and families with balances of about $3 million that we adjusted off because it was the right thing to do. We also are mindful that we had fires in Kula and other places on the island, but we weren't able to be as proactive because, as you know, the fires traveled in a way that was more intermittent, and we couldn't. So what we tried to do is to publicize to people who would be affected that if they would call us and let us know that they were in an affected area outside of Lahaina, or if they lived outside of Lahaina but their source of income was in Lahaina, and now they still have lost their access to a source of income for their families, that we had kind of a fast-track system for providing the same financial assistance to them, because it may be hard to get something like proof of income if the place where you worked is no longer standing, right? So, so that was, the bulk of our immediate response. In the longer term, I will tell you that we've seen an increased incidence of people coming for care in the hospital who maybe would not have needed care but for the wildfires. So an example that comes to mind is a patient who may have dementia, and when they lived in their home, they had familiarity with their surroundings enough that they could be self-reliant and sustain their life with maybe their spouse, their partner. But now maybe they're in temporary housing, they're in unfamiliar areas, and it's very disruptive for that kind of cognitive impairment that some of our seniors experience. And so it makes them come to the hospital now when maybe they wouldn't have before and stay longer, which that kind of has happened more and more since the fires.
Well, thank you. I appreciate, it was such an unprecedented, and who could think to pre-plan for something of this magnitude. So thank you for jumping in. And but I think from learning from it and then pre-planning for, God forbid it ever happen again, but, just to be ahead. And are there points, is there like a blueprint plan in the near future that you folks are working on currently because of the experience you have had and continue to have?
And I can comment a little bit on that with our emergency management committee. Yes, very similar to the pandemic. That was something that no hospital planned for either, even though we always knew that that was a possibility, that once you go through it and then you work with your emergency management committee to be able to put those provisions in place with a lot of learning. Because you may not have that exact situation, but whether it's a natural disaster or a biological hazard that happens, that you have those safeguards in place.
Okay.
One of the investments that we're looking to make in 2024, which is a learning from the fire, has to do with creating redundant communication pathways. And so we're looking at really radio systems to help us stay in contact with Kula and other parts of the island when maybe cell phones are down and roads are interrupted. And so I have to say, as a CFO, I'm surprised how much radios can cost. But, we're looking at about $150,000 just in that kind of technology to make sure we can get a picture of what's really happening in a location when we're otherwise separated.
Very good. That's super important. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Observe
Sorry,
technology.
could we actually, if there's no more questions for Maui, could we backtrack?
Okay, we'll go back after. Okay, thank you. Okay, Chair Balari.
Thank you, Ms. Fulton, and thank you for joining us here in Hawaii and for being 2 weeks on the job. Maybe I'll just start with a broad, easy question, and it's more for edification for some of the newer members. I was here at the time that we passed the legislation to create the transition, and so we're coming, I guess, up on almost year 10 since the transition. Can you just kind of tell us a little bit about what is the relationship between Maui Health System and Kaiser Permanente nationally? What does that look like?
Sure. And Deb, please chime in if you want to expand on any of the facts. I look at Kaiser as our system, so that is our system entity that we're able to get support services, whether that is intellectual capital or through services such as compliance and legal. It's that entity that we're able to lean on so that we don't have to recreate all of those resources locally. So our arm in that. That also helps us with physician services. We have really kind of 2 arms, I would say, of Permanente Group on the Maui Island, between the hospital or between Hawaii Permanente as well as what we call PPG. So that really helps us be able to supplement the physician services that we need to be able to operate the hospital, and kind of connects to what I talked about a little bit with that level 2 trauma. So really see them as our partner as well as our system support.
One thing I might just, for the edification of the committee, the transition occurred on January 1, 2017. So we finished our 6th year of transition, June 30th of 2023. We're currently in the 7th year of that agreement.
Is there, it sounds like there's a lot of support services. When you say physician services, it's giving us access to the network to recruit and those types of things. But, I think one of the promises of the transition was that there would also be, fiscal. And so, and then, built into the legislation is a decreasing subsidy, and that you may come in for subsidies and that there's a certain cap. So $38 million is kind of the ceiling. Over the last 6 years, what has been the subsidy, the operating subsidy, for year 1, 2, 3, 4? Go ahead.
Okay. So forgive me for not bringing the individual funding by year. In our testimony, the aggregate of our subsidies for the first 7 years, including fiscal 24, is $120 million less than the $38 million ceiling. Was there more to your question that I didn't answer?
Okay,
so funding from Kaiser Permanente as well. Yeah, so when we look at our cash flow for Maui Health, we have a number of liabilities that are actually supported by Kaiser Permanente. For example, our retirement and pension plan for our 1,600 employees at Maui Health. You know, the fully funding of that plan is something that will take us time to cash flow. And so because we're part of the Kaiser Permanente pension as a whole, we're a separate component of that whole. The funding that's necessary is present because Kaiser Permanente provides it. That's a $55 million liability, by the way. So, and that's one example of the kinds of support that we have in this structure that we wouldn't be able to do on our own as a new standalone entity.
It's really helpful to know, and I know that in the legislation, we ask for different reports and disclosures. Haven't had the time to look at it because I'm actually just returning to the position of health chair for a year at this point. I'd be very interested at some point to discuss those with you, because in those, of course, there's supposed to be itemized statements about things like reimbursement rates and what you folks are doing to make sure, just like we're asking HHSC corporate to make sure that they're doing in all their hospitals, what are they doing to do revenue generation? And as I understand it now, cardio and strokes all stay on island for you folks, and those are revenue generating streams of practice, right?
Correct.
It would be probably, you know, I hate to be so specific here, but all is too strong of a word. Yeah, I mean, some people, but just by the nature of their condition, do still transfer off. But I just wanted to be clear because I didn't want to ever mislead anyone. Some people do transfer off, but the majority certainly stay on island.
Okay, so I'd be really interested, and I think, you know, you mentioned at the outset of your testimony that you have a plan to decrease this operating subsidy over 3 years. Can you just give us some highlights as to what steps you're going to be taking over the next 3 years to ensure that that subsidy can continue to decrease?
Or did you want me to comment? Yes.
Sir, it's
And
your pleasure.
yeah, my budget, but you helped with the numbers. Yes, we do. We have a plan, a stepwise plan to get us to zero after the 3 years, absent any unforeseen circumstances. But things like, you know, looking at our services. And for example, you know, our efficiency, how we provide services, what physician services that we can increase. You know, you brought up stroke and cardiovascular. Those are two great examples. We've also had discussions about neurosurgery, also talking about our outlying hospitals, both in Lanai and in Kula, what we can do to bolster those to be able to take some of the patients, and including our waitlisted patients, and seeing where they can go so that they're not sitting there taking an acute care bed in the hospital when they really need long-term care services.
One thing that's very important that we'll be seeking some help with is the federal government has provided a rural emergency hospital designation for critical access hospitals that would increase federal funding for Lanai and Kula by $3 million a year. But we're not able to acquire those federal funds because we have to have state legislation that allows us to be licensed, and in the absence of the state legislation, we can't move forward. So we'll be looking to visit with the right people to help educate and seek some movement there, because that will help a lot.
So is that designation for critical access hospitals?
It is a designation for critical access hospitals only, yes.
Okay, I know we have critical access hospital designations within the other regions, so.
Yes, we have critical access hospitals on Maui, but we cannot get the next designation, which is rural emergency hospital designation, until the state has to recognize it. And we need to make sure that we explicitly protect the Medicaid funding for the critical access hospitals so that it's clearly stated that as an ongoing rural emergency hospital, we maintain the current funding structure for our Medicaid in long-term care in the critical access hospital setting. So.
All right, I don't know if that will have impact on the other regions, so we may need to discuss that, but I would like to follow up on that because that's important. And is that something that will have to be acted upon quickly, or
Well, sooner is better in our opinion.
Okay.
But we do want to collaborate with the other critical access hospitals because we think there's an opportunity for our state.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Representative Cochran.
Thank you. And speaking of other hospitals, West Maui Hospital has been trying to get built, and land has been secured, CON, and all that. So, what are your folks' thoughts and any comments towards pursuing this West Maui Hospital?
I have just became aware of that, and I am meeting with one of those individuals next week to learn a little bit more at, what was the plan on that, what is the thought on that, and how we might be able to connect. So from my perspective, probably more to come. I don't feel educated enough to comment yet, but do plan to dive into that.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay. I think it's that I also was around when we put that legislation in place, and I think that one of the things, and I've said this to you guys before, right? So that this needs to work. So maybe you can elaborate a little bit more on your plan to be off subsidy within the next 3 years.
And we're happy to do that. One of the items that we talked about, and I heard it mentioned with one of the other hospitals, is the wait list and looking at our average length of stay. That is a project that Deb, along with our medical director, Dr. Shea, have worked.
Yeah. No, I understand the things that you're going to try and put in place, but what is the projected numbers each year?
The each number for the subsidy. Go ahead, Deb.
Thank you. So we asked for $17.4 million for fiscal '25. Our projection takes us to $12 million in fiscal '26, a bit below $6 million, like $5.7 million for fiscal '27. That would be the 10th year of our agreement, and then after that we would be at zero. And the intent is to stay at zero. So what we're mindful of, and the reason that the trajectory of our forecasted subsidy requests declines the way that it does, is that change is really difficult for people. And we want to make sure that we make change happen in a healthcare setting in a way that's safe and then hardwired, right? Because process change is required, system changes are required. Sometimes staffing changes or staffing complements have to change. And so we have to be mindful of how much change we can safely acquire and install and hardwire each year. So we affect the changes, we reduce our subsidy. We make about a break-even bottom line. The next year, we make more changes, we reduce our subsidy, we make about a break-even bottom line. So that's the kind of the process by which we get to the end. And then the fourth year, we make more changes and we make a sustainable margin so that we can continue to reinvest in our people and facilities and in our community.
All right, we look forward to that. Okay. Any further questions? Okay, we want to go back to the HHSC
Mahalo.
corporate.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Sorry to backtrack. Thanks, everybody. I've enjoyed seeing a lot of your facilities, either with finance or health or both. One facility I'm not as familiar with yet, though, actually, I went to ask Kahuku Medical Center. What's the breakdown between the budget shortfall, security, and updated technology requests that you have listed for the $232,000? Could we just get a little more detail on what that breakdown is and what that's going to provide for the facility?
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Chair and Vice Chair and Committee. Thank you for your time. I'm Steve Nobahine, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of Kahuku Medical Center, and I have been there since July. And by choice, I'm excited. I am from this community and have been gone most of my life to the mainland. So all of my life growing up and also in business has been in the mainland, but have been home since 2015. So it's an honor to be there. At this point, I feel in the few months that I've been in this position, I feel like, we're in an ocean and we're just kind of paddling and my nose is just above water. And right now with the current funding, which we are completely grateful for, we're having to be very creative and aggressive. So whatever funding we do get, first of all, we are grateful. But with the funding that we do have and the extra $232,000, we're not even breaking even with the new cost. And we just started negotiations with the Nurses Association and now with UPW. And one of the challenges we have that I think everyone has, quite honestly, is just to attract, the talent and the skill set, nurses and CNAs. Now, and we are, really kind of on an island in an island. Being from the North Shore, the nearest competitor may be 30 miles away either way. And so, along with the cost of operations, we're having to compete with attracting nurses and CNAs from afar. And there's a lot of competitors out here in the city. So they have to have compelling reasons to come to our side of the island. And so that extra subsidy would surely help us with, I'm hoping, of course, if you want to give more than what the governor has said, we'd be really appreciative of that. But we're trying to get, ahead so that we can make decisions that will allow us to be self-sustaining in the years to come, rather than just treading water. But that would go a long ways in attracting the providers and the physicians. Our programs are growing. Behavioral health, we've moved from 2 to 3 offices now to 6 offices. Our dentistry moved from 3 chairs to now 5 chairs. We're hoping to move to 8 chairs. We have a waiting list of 1 year for new patients, even though we've taken on 600 plus new patients in the fiscal year of 2023. And so we have our rural health clinic in the Kahuku Medical Center that on average has seen about 7,200. Actually, between the 2 clinics, we have over 15,000 visits. So our current capacity in our facilities is not allowing us to really, really touch all of our community members. And so with creativity and aggressiveness, we're trying to do that so we can serve as many people as we can. I hope that answers your question.
So the entire amount is for staffing?
Staffing, mainly staffing, that's our largest cost, to be honest.
And this is existing to make up the shortfall for existing staff members?
Correct. We have a lot of agency, and hopefully, I've been very aggressive with this and building partnerships in our community with the high school and starting up another healthcare academy and to attract CNAs and medical assistants. And then working with the Brigham Young University Hawaii campus with President Kawe to start a school of healthcare. That is a natural resource for us, for nurses. And so that effort is going to take a year or 2, but we've started already so that we might be able to alleviate the high cost of labor, specifically in our area.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair Malawi.
Sorry, you're dealing with the chair and the vice chair of health, and we're ping-ponging you. If I could have Ms. Fulton back up, and it's a question about the conversations with the governor's office with their request.
Thank you,
and Mr. Nawahini's, your comments actually just triggered that question about what the governor's doing with their budget. So thank you.
Wonderful, thank you.
So looking at the governor's budget, he did not fund the operating request, but as I read the legislation and understand it, AGs have to be kind of intimately involved in the negotiations for the operating subsidy. So are you having conversations with the governor's office about what this potential subsidy might be? And are those going well?
So, thank you. We did meet with the Budget and Finance Director's office and provided them with information that they requested for their revised supplemental budget. They were very gracious, very open. I think, honestly, the first round they were. I think it was just an oversight. So we've had very, very good conversations, and I'm hopeful.
Okay. Well, it's a conversation that happens from now until May, and I think, with the governor and how he supports healthcare, and we really have to understand the system. I do know throughout the system there's going to be a lot of healthcare ask. We're looking at a lot of needs, concerns about child and adolescent mental health, beds and patients, or beds for that line of treatment. So it's really a systems approach when we look at how we fund all our healthcare needs in the state. So it's really good to hear you're having conversations with the governor's office too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Okay, so I just have some comments, closing comments, and maybe, I've had this conversation with, I think, most of you. And, one of my thoughts or concerns is that, right, demographically, our workforce age population is shrinking, and our baby boomers are retiring, and then people are moving into the state to retire. And when we talked to the economists of that, they disagreed with that. But I think they disagreed with that because the number doesn't show up anywhere. Meaning, people are buying homes that can afford to and paying cash or paying the interest that doesn't affect them. And but they are not necessarily residents of the state. They are part-time residents. But they still are here. So they put a strain on our healthcare system, and that is what is actually adding to your challenges, right, going forward. Not only that, we have a shortage of doctors and nurses and things like that, but it's also on the demand side, right? So the demand is greater. The people that are healthy are shrinking, and the people that need more healthcare are growing. So I've always believed that, with that shift, we haven't peaked yet, and I think it'll be another decade before we actually see how it'll play out. So I think, part of our strategy for our state has always been how to diversify our economy. And so our conversations with DBED have evolved. And I don't know if you listened to their last presentation to the Finance Committee, but they have added that part of the strategy has to be healthcare, right, of diversifying the economy, because that is where I think additional workforce will be needed going forward. So my suggestion to you is that you should be talking to them, because right, the strategy has to be several-fold. So and I think you're addressing some of it, right? So it's 4 things. It's workforce. This is for all of you. So it's workforce. So that's K through 12 that is working, with whatever intern programs or bringing them in early, and then higher education, right? Whatever we need to bring them in. And then the regulatory environment to try and make it easier for you to operate and get rid of the barriers that make it difficult. And then the infrastructure that is needed, which can range from, all the facilities that you guys are talking about that you need help with from us. And, also could be, housing, which is going to be the big one, right? Workforce housing, which is, I think, we are talking with DBED and HFTC and others on building workforce housing as part of the strategy, whether it be nurses or for doctors or for teachers or whatever it may be. But I think these discussions have to go beyond the healthcare industry and actually has to go to the State Department that is actually trying to work on diversifying our economy. And I think the healthcare component, health and human services component, has to be part of it, just because of the demographic shift. So this is just, I suggest that you start talking with them, because they are thinking about it now that we have brought it up to them. So like I said, they have put it on their presentation as something that they will be working on more now than they ever did, because it wasn't on their radar before. Or maybe just a real small thing. So anyway, just my comment for you guys to consider going forward. Does anybody want to make the closing remarks for on behalf of, you want to do it?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We definitely appreciate your comments. It's something that we've already been kind of looking forward to in terms of some of the, especially some of the master planning efforts that, especially Representative Nakamura, she's been very critical in terms of some of the development items with the Samuel Mahelona master plan, which includes a lot of the housing elements and services, community services that the community really needs on that island. So, we're looking at things like that. There's also leads in terms of the housing with, we're looking at, there's some opportunities in West Hawaii as well that we have for potential workforce housing. So, some of the comments you made are right on. We do know that there's going to be additional need for care for our elderly population, maybe not just long-term care specifically, but if you look at home and community-based services, those are going to be huge, I think, coming forward. And I know Medicaid also in their plans, they're also looking at providing assisted living benefit for elderly as well. So I think that would be a big help to the system, healthcare system infrastructure overall. So your comments are very well taken. We will take the opportunity to meet with DBED and other parties that may be interested in working with us to how to develop better solutions for us in the future beyond just the traditional hospital brick and mortar, but also look at all these other areas too.
Okay, we appreciate it. Chair Bala, do you have any closing? Okay.
Looking forward to a productive year.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate it, and we will recess till 1:30. We're in recess. Okay, we'll reconvene the Committee on Finance and continue our budget briefings. Next, we have Public Libraries.
Hi, Mallory Fujitani, Special Assistant to the State Librarian. Stacy Aldridge, State Librarian, sends her regrets. She's came down with the flu this weekend, really quite sick. So she sends her regrets. We submitted our budget testimony and completed tables. I just want to note that Table 15, sorry, we have a couple of mistakes on Table 15, which is the CIP request. We are not asking for any additional health and safety lump sum funding. We received $10 million for 24 and $10 million for 25 last year. And then the $10 million, the second item, it should not say Cal Mountain View. We're asking for the $10 million for Waikoloa. So sorry about those two mistakes. So I'll just summarize. Earlier, we should have dropped off our strategic plan at everybody's office, which is the updated strategic plan, mission, and vision statement of the Hawaii State Public Library System, as well as it introduces our 4 areas of focus. Just to highlight some of what we are doing currently in the fiscal year 24 budget, we are supporting our Lahaina community with, we've reallocated or redirected our Maui bookmobile, so there's some consistent service in the West Maui area until we can put up a temporary location on the west side, as well as waiting for the longer-term replacement of the Lahaina Library. We've entered into a new security guard contract effective January 2nd at approximately 40 of our libraries statewide. We've also just executed a contract or selected a new email vendor, which will help us to better communicate with all of our library patrons about upcoming events, updates to offerings at the library system. We're ready to go out to release an RFP for the rebranding and communications for our to our library patrons and to the public. One thing that we discovered when we did our survey as we were planning, working on our strategic plan, was that we got over 18,000 responses, and many of our heaviest users did not even understand the breadth of the resources available at the library system. So we really thought it was important to not only get them introduced to some of the things that they were missing, but also the general public. And it's one of the outcomes of going through the pandemic and people realizing, getting a snapshot of what we do, but we really want to push out more services to the public. We also launched the Digital Navigator program. We've got a pilot project, so that included 5 libraries on Oahu. We tested in-person technology support as well as a phone line, and the project went really well, so we're looking to expand that statewide. And then, of course, we have our RFID project, which many of you might have seen if you go to our public libraries, where we started approximately a year ago with the staff. They're kind of going through the collection, weeding out the less used items. You know, we really cleaned up our inventory, over 3 million physical items. And so part of that RFID conversion, we're going from the barcode system to the RFID system, which means every physical item needs to get tagged with the RFID tag. And we are installing gates and new technology equipment at all of the libraries, which will make the libraries work much more efficient on site at each of the branches. So it will make their work much more efficient, which is one thing that we know we need going forward, given the current staffing levels and the labor market. For our 2025 budget request, we are asking for $550,000 for the security guard contract. We asked for the $550,000 last year, but we only received it for 2024. And at that time, we had not executed the the new security guard contract. So that was a kind of an unknown for 2025. We do know that the new security guard contract has doubled our cost for security guard services statewide. But at this time, we can utilize the $550,000 for this year to supplement what we have in our existing budget. But definitely for the 2025 legislative session, we will need to come back to increase our base budget. We're also asking for $125,000 for our temporary locations, which are at Princeville and soon to be Kaneohe Public Library. Those are for major construction projects where we close down the library temporarily. For Princeville, we're renting out a portable to put a small unit on the perimeter of the library. For Princeville, it's the last government building and services for the North Kauai community. So it's really important for us to get access to people, internet access, pick up materials. And then for Kaneohe, it's a regional library. That one we anticipate opening up our temporary space at the Windward Mall in early March. The other $125,000 we were asking for temporary locations would be for Makawao. We anticipate that the expansion for the meeting room and the improvements will go out to bid this spring. And so we need to start looking for a place to site our temporary location, as it's the only library we have upcountry. And then also for Lahaina. So we've increased our bookmobile visits to West Maui. We're working with the county to secure a space to put up the temporary portable libraries. We're looking at portables while the community determines the longer range plans for the Lahaina community. And finally, we're asking for the last $10 million for the new Waikoloa Library. We received $13 million last year, and then we're asking for another 10. That project is in design and should be going out to bid in, I believe, 2025. And we're on track. That location will have, we are designing it to include 2 early learning classroom spaces. Happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay, members, we're open to questions. If there are more calls.
Thank you. My question is about Princeville. It's being renovated, but isn't that like one of the newer libraries? What's the problem out there?
We're replacing the air conditioning system. Since the library opened, they've had water intrusion issues in the slab. So we did a substantial amount of testing. We're removing all the flooring. They're going to have to reseal the slab. It's quite a bit of work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Takinouchi.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask about some questions about the $550,000 for the increased security guard services?
Mm-hmm.
So I guess with that amount of, or I guess 2 questions. I know there's this chart here about the kinds of incidents you've seen. Could you elaborate a little bit more on, why some of these, maybe more specifics about the incidents that require a higher level of security? And then also, I guess with this $550,000, how many libraries are we covering with that?
I don't have the number in front of me, but it's roughly about 40 libraries statewide. We asked the branch managers if they feel they need services. So at this point in time, that's the number of branch managers that have requested services. So I'm sorry, getting back to your first question, it's a 2-part thing. In certain areas where we have a number of incidences, the security guard company goes through a bunch of training for their staff and how they can support the libraries and how they can de-escalation training and how to basically keep it a safe environment for everybody. some locations do require more guards, but a lot of times the number of guards is dependent on the square footage of the building. Whether if, like, for example, the Hawaii State Library, it's 110,000 square feet, so we have 2 floors. We have them walking around the building and outside the buildings as well. I'm not sure if that answered your question about the security.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
So there's just been a large uptick in, I guess, safety concerns for both staff and the general public with some of these incidents.
Yeah, I don't
which
think
is-
we increased the number of locations significantly since the last contract. That part is stable, roughly about the same amount. I think we have, since the pandemic, have had an uptick in the type of behavior because people do realize it's kind of a safe space and we're open to everybody. Well, we want to make it safe for everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Representative Lamasao.
Thank you, Valerie. I just wanted to double check. So this attachment B table that you have, those are funded through your R&M?
No, these are our CIP projects that we have in various stages of works. I apologize that we were only able to do a spreadsheet at this point. We used to have a little picture book that it got kind of difficult with that software, so we have to revisit how we do the presentation. But these are all our CIP projects that we have either initiated or are ready to go out for bids this spring.
Okay.
Yeah.
So going back to R&M, so I just wanted to double check what is your current budget for R&M, and then what are you actually spending?
Thank you. Our current, the base budget right now is about $1 million for the 51 buildings that we have. In most years, almost every year, we do spend more than that. And how we fund that is through vacancy savings. So we wait, and because of it takes so long to hire some of the to fill the vacancies, we don't know until like the 3rd or 4th quarter whether the restrictions are going to be lifted by BNF. And then at that point, we have to make a decision, can we hire somebody within that short amount of time to fill the position? And if it's not enough time, then we will accelerate the 2 areas where we're kind of underfunded, which is R&M and also the book collection side. So we have at only half of what the minimum we would need for the book collection, because the ebooks are escalating costs, and people are much more adept and familiar, and it's getting a lot more use. But we also have 3 million physical items in the libraries. So that is an ongoing process to maintain current collections for the public.
So on average, I guess, how much are you spending over that $1 million?
I'll have to get back to you.
Okay.
I mean, there are years when we can spend a few $100,000 over that.
Okay.
Yeah. There's always something to spend the money on with regard to the facilities.
Okay. Is it okay if you send that to the chair's office?
Yeah.
To be distributed. Thank you.
We can pull those numbers.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative Ayu, followed by Kobayashi.
Yeah, I have some questions about just following up on Rep. Takanuchi's question about the incidents. Are we seeing more people using the libraries? What is the usage like? And actually, this is a Representative Alcos's question, so I'm not going to take credit for his brilliant question.
So I know we do have the actual in-person visits. I don't have them with me. I have to pull it off an email, but I can give you some of the statistics that I do have.
Yeah, I just want to see if we're seeing more security incidents because we're seeing more patrons, or what are we looking at as far as?
We are seeing more visits by patrons because they want to come back and they're using our resources. I think certain locations, they are avoiding if there are incidences. So as you're aware, we used to have like a full encampment in front of the Hoy State Library on the front lanai. So a lot of people decided not to come to that library. And now that the security guard service that I think it's the comptroller has now included HSL as part of the patrol, the Capital District Patrol. We have a lot more people coming in and telling us that they're happy that it's, that there's some, they feel more secure in coming to the Hoy State Library now.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I
So-
think just in general, the pandemic, we see a lot more incidences of mental illness.
Okay, so as far as the state library is concerned, that's not part of the budget request for additional security, or would that be part of it?
That's for, they come at night, so they do the nighttime patrol.
Okay.
But during the day, the security guards in the building are part of our statewide contract.
Okay, so the daytime security guards are already part of the contract, and
Mhm.
the 550,000 is not for more daytime security guards specifically at the state library.
It's for, the rate of the new contract is like $38 an hour during the day.
Okay.
Whereas our old contract was at just about $20.
Okay. So you would be looking to add more security guards to the state library here?
I think we're okay with, I think they have 3 guards right now.
Okay.
That is manageable if we do need to increase it. But really, what the Capital District Patrol did was it kept, so what would happen is people would sleep over on the front lanai, and then they'd still be there in the morning when the janitors came by and cleared it up. And so just the, part of it is the visual, so people just have that sense of it not being a safe place. And then they were all along Leaky Leaky Mall too, right?
Yeah.
That drive in, so that really became,
And then as far as the other libraries are concerned, like do library staff like not get involved when there are incidents in the library that
Actually-
necessitates the need for security, or can you kind of explain?
it's a kind of a 2-part thing.
Okay.
So generally, if we have general rules of behavior, what you can do with the internet access on the computers, basically behavioral issues. You can't take a bath in the restroom, stuff like that. So our staff will normally talk to the person and remind them of the rules and, what's acceptable behavior in the libraries. But sometimes, if they have other challenges, they will, act out, yell at the branch manager or the staff. They don't want to do that. And so it does help to have a uniformed security guard just as an extra trained person in de-escalation to try to mitigate the circumstances and the situation.
Okay. Thank you.
And in some of our smaller locations in rural parts of the state, we only have like 1 or 2 staff, and if somebody's out sick, because it's not safe to just have one person at the library the whole time, sometimes we have to use the security guard as a second person to maintain the public order.
Okay, and then my last questions are on the temporary locations.
Mhm.
How are you doing these temporary locations for $125,000?
So Princeville, it's approximately, it's just shy of $50,000 to lease the portable. And then we hire movers, we move over stuff ourselves. It's the same staffing or a reduced number of staff working out of the building. And, because we have lower electricity costs because the big building is not fully open, that's how we're using whatever little savings, operational savings. With Windward Mall, we're very lucky that Kamehameha Schools is allowing us to lease the space so we're just paying for the common area expenses and the utilities, so they're not charging us lease rent.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Representative Kobayashi.
Hello, Mallory, to follow up on a prior question, maybe the committee should get a history of your cash R&M. I believe it was $200,000 4 or 5 years ago, and it's now $1 million. That's to fix a broken window, broken water pipe, broken door, just so that the library can keep operating. Separate from that is deferred maintenance at about, last I recall, $150 million for 51 or 52 libraries statewide. So that deferred maintenance increases the need for cash R&M.
Thank you for that comment. We are trying to get ahead of some of the deferred maintenance and doing master contracts for roofing repair, inspection, so that we don't get to the point where the whole roof is ready to go and those bigger CIP items. So that's where the R&M, the base budget is really needed, because it'll be like a couple $100,000 for the contract, so that we have regular people able to do the repairs to minimize damage.
Thank you. Further questions? Okay. Yeah, we just have to have the discipline to do some of those things. So, yeah, we'll continue working with you. You have any closing comments?
No, thank you for all your support for the libraries these years. We've been really appreciating it and trying to do our best to keep the buildings open.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to recess for 2 minutes. Recess, thank you. Okay, we're going to reconvene the Committee on Finance. Next up is EOEL, Executive Office of Early Learning. Please proceed.
Aloha Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, and members of the committee. Thank you for letting us go in the same order. Apologies for the confusion. My name is Jordana Furr. I'm the Government Affairs Specialist for the office. I'm with my colleague Ku'ule, who is our Educational Specialist who oversees our EOEL Public Pre-K program. We are here on behalf of our Director, Adikawa Cross, who is right now at the Ways and Means briefing. So again, apologies she couldn't be here. I do have a PowerPoint. Do you want me to pull that up? I'm not connected onto the Zoom quite yet. If it's not important, I can just skip the PowerPoint.
Yeah, we're going to recess for
Okay.
Okay, we'll reconvene. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. So again, my name is Jordana, the Government Affairs Specialist, and this is my colleague Ku'ule, our Educational Specialist. So as you all know, EOEL is statutorily responsible for coordinating the early learning system, and we work with many partners across other departments and agencies and community stakeholders to effectuate that responsibility. Investing in our youngest children yields the tremendous benefits both in the short term and long term, and we are very thankful for the legislature's commitment to our office and helping us to expand early learning opportunities to children across the state. Our vision is that every child in Hawaii has access to high-quality early childhood development and learning experiences which lay the foundation for lifelong well-being. And again, through our partnerships with other departments and stakeholders, we're able to effectuate this vision and our mission with our goal to expand opportunities for young children. The ways in which we accomplish our goals are twofold. The first is by improving our system as a whole and integrating a high-quality system for children from prenatal until kindergarten entry. And then the second is through our administration of the public pre-kindergarten program, which is done in partnership with the Hawaii Department of Education. As part of our systems work, we do also have federal funding through our Head Start Collaboration Office. The funding provides one FTE position who is our Head Start liaison, and they work with Head Start grantees to ensure that we're leveraging federal funds and supporting our communities that could benefit with Head Start model programs. Okay, so at the start of the biennium in the last session, we had made some significant requests to increase our EOEL public pre-K program and opportunities. So thank you for your support. We were able to secure funding for 55 additional classrooms that were set to open in the next school year. We are really excited to announce that we were able to open 11 of those classrooms in this last school year, so August. And we were able to open one more additional classroom this year in January. So 12 total for this school year. So right now we are working with our other partners to have the additional 43 classrooms, which we do have set to open in the next school year in August. This would not have been possible without work from our EOEL office staff with the Hawaii Department of Education, and of course you folks for appropriating those funding. So we do want to thank you all and our other partners, particularly with the Lieutenant Governor and those taking on the Ready Keiki initiative. So we are on track to open the remaining 43 classrooms. We do have one FTE teacher and one educational assistant for each classroom. So the funding that the legislature appropriated at the start of the biennium will allow us to serve an additional 1,100 children across the state. We do not have any additional budgetary requests for the supplemental year. Our request is to just keep these funding amounts intact so that we can continue to open up the classrooms that we have set for the next school year. And that concludes our presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, members, we'll open up the questions. Any questions? Representative Ayu.
I have some questions on table 14 on your active contracts. I see you have 2 contracts with the University of Hawaii. This is totally separate, but when I reviewed their fin submittal for active contracts, it's not listed on their fin submittal. So can you kind of explain what these are for, and are they active contracts? And then maybe a larger question is why the university wouldn't list them on their page, which you don't have the answer to. I'm just curious about them.
So we can answer on what exactly those contracts are for, which my colleague Ku'ule will answer. As far as why they're not included on UHs, we can follow up with them on that.
So the first is an evaluation study. So UH partnered with our office to do an evaluation study of the current program, and we are in process. That will be finishing up this year in June. And so we've done a survey of the participants, the teachers, administration, and educational assistants, as well as our professional learning support staff to to observe and think about the services that we're providing and professional learning supports to those teachers and staff and administration to ensure that our program is doing what we want it to do.
Do you need the survey for accreditation purposes or anything, or is this just a survey that you wanted to do? Because we spent $350,000 on it. I just want to make sure we're getting.
It was the understanding of ensuring the quality of the program supports that we're providing and the funds that you're allocating are providing a quality program for the children.
Do you guys have the survey, or is it complete?
It's still in process,
Okay.
and so we've completed 1 year of the study. Part of it had it started during COVID, and so that delayed the process. And then we're finishing up this year.
Okay. And when is the survey supposed to be, or whatever is
The results from the
Yeah.
study will be this June.
Okay, perfect. And then the second one.
So the second one is for the early childhood stipend program. It is mislabeled on our end. It is actually funding that was appropriated to EOEL's budget in the biennium, so $660,000. And then with some philanthropic dollars, we were able to add more money. So that is actually an MOA that we have with the UH to administer those funds, since the stipends are to support those in the UH system who are taking early childhood education coursework.
So they get like to say it a better way, like a discount on tuition for taking certain.
It provides the funding upfront for ECE coursework or ECE generalist coursework. So it wouldn't be able to be used for anything that wouldn't qualify them for the ECE track, but we provide the funding upfront to help them pay for the tuition. So whatever funding they're eligible would get covered, but we transferred the money to UH.
Okay, and then I guess how much money is left, and how much have we? Yeah, how much
That
is
is a
left?
great question. I can get you the data specifically because we're only halfway through right now.
Okay.
I know that last semester we had 54 individuals that were eligible for a stipend, and this year we're not quite done yet, but we're anticipating about 78. So we have almost doubled the interest in applications, but I can get you the data.
Okay, so like what classes does that cover, and how much does each individual get from the stipend?
It covers the early childhood education coursework for completing a teacher certificate.
Okay.
In early childhood education.
So how much, you talked about 54 individuals, what would they expect to receive as far as the stipend is concerned for the coursework?
It depends. Yeah, it
Just an
depends.
average is fine, or if you want to explain.
Sure. Okay, so I would say the average, depending on the coursework they're taking, might be about $3,000 to $4,000. That's the estimated cost per semester based on 2 classes per semester.
Okay, and then how many semesters do you need at UH to get the certificate?
That depends.
Okay, sorry.
It's
I know
like
I'm asking
it could be like a bachelor's program or a master's program.
Okay, so it's like 4 years but it's only the classes within this.
Correct.
Correct, within the
curriculum
early
that
childhood
would be
tract.
covered. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Okay, Representative Alcos.
Thank you, Chair. Is there a waiting list on your pre-K families? Do you have a result? How many families are waiting to get in?
We do have the information. It varies from school to school, and we can get that information to you. I don't have it offhand right now.
And then how long you think would it take to meet that needs if we have a big list, small list,
That is a great question. I think that, we're working on with the new schools and adding on to the schools in the areas of need. So we're working to fulfill that need. But how many families, it'll vary based on how many have, the population of children and things like that. But there are wait lists, And I can give you those numbers, but I'm not sure exactly on how we are fulfilling more seats.
Yeah, so it really depends on each school because the EOL classrooms are opening up on campuses where they might have space available and there's principal interest. So we are taking a look at enrollment and waitlist data to assess need as part of that. So when we do expand more classrooms contingent upon the funding we get, we are trying to prioritize communities that we know have that higher need. So there are some communities that we are opening up more classrooms in there because of
waitlist needs.
Enrollment and waitlist information.
Thank you. If we can get them breakdown by district, that would be awesome.
Yeah, we could get that to you.
If you can send that information to the committee, and then we'll send it out to the members.
Will do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, further questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll, if they're ready, we'll go right into charter schools.
Aloha, Chair Yamashita and Vice Chair Kitagawa, committee members. My name is PJ Four. I'm the Interim Executive Director for the State Public Charter School Commission. I have Danny Vasconcelos, our Operations Manager here, or Director, and Cherry Ikeda, our Commission Chair also. I'd like to just quickly overview. You have our testimony, our submitted briefing, and we're here to answer any questions. I'm going to ask Danny to talk about the 5 key areas around finances that we're looking at for the biennium budget. So, Danny.
Okay, once again, you have this in our testimony, but also as Table 6. These are the specific proposed budget items that have been approved in the FY25 supplemental budget. The first item that was put in was about $1.6 million. This will cover salary increases for HGEA vice principals and educational assistants throughout our charter schools. This funding was provided specifically by Budget and Finance and actually wasn't a commission or charter school request. So these, this 1.6 is the Budget and Finance estimate. So we'll be working with BNF as well as the committees to make sure that funding will cover the specific, these specific raises for our charter school employees out there. Number 2 item that was approved for the executive supplemental budget are additional funding for teacher differential costs. So when the biennium budget first passed, there was $2 million that the legislative appropriated for each fiscal year. Those items, that $2 million was an estimate that, again, Budget and Finance and the Commission worked on. When we got the actual costs, at least for FY25, we're asking for an additional $550,000 to cover the actual costs. And for the committee's clarification, these teacher differentials are specific for Hawaiian immersion teachers as well as the hard-to-staff teachers. The special education differentials are covered by the department as part of their duties as the state education agency. So again, this is just funding for the upcoming fiscal year. This would be on top of the $2 million already appropriated by the legislature. The third item is we do have requested additional funding for a new charter school, Kulia Academy, that will be opening in the upcoming school year. This is a school that will be based, or that will be operating in the Kalihi area with a focus on computer science and they say artificial intelligence. So we are excited to see what a curriculum based around computer science and AI will be. Again, this $1 million will be added on to the additional, bless you, Representative, would be added on to the additional per pupil costs that have already been appropriated by the legislature. This will cover 100 students at Kulia. I believe they are starting with the 6th grade and will be building up every year subsequently. The last item, again, this was placed in there by Budget and Finance. This is a per pupil placeholder. This item is contingent on the funding that's provided to DOE budget, EDN 100, 200, 300, and 400. So with the current executive supplemental budget request. This almost $12.5 million is what would be additional cost for the charter schools based on that, based on those budget items. So per pupil funding is provided as a formula. So again, as we progress through the legislative session, that number, I'm sure, will change and move off of the roughly 12.5. Those were the items that were approved in the supplemental budget.
And that was for EDN 600, and then for EDN 612, we do not have any budgetary increases requested at this time.
Great.
Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Okay, members, questions? Okay. I think in general, we're just going through these, and if we have any questions, we'll follow up with you. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Okay, thank you. Okay, SFA.
Good afternoon, Chair.
afternoon.
Yamashita, Vice Chair Kitagawa, members, aloha. Chad Keone Faria School Facilities Authority. I think you guys heard my spiel last year about what we were created to do in terms of creating facilities for our keiki. We didn't have any financial ask here. We do have an item, and I apologize for doing the forms a bit wrong. We're going to correct it, but it suggests the 45 million of the 50 million allocated for workforce housing was taken for the fire relief efforts and will be converted into an obligation bond. And I think I put it in the wrong slide. It should be on 5, the replacement. Yeah. So in 2 places, one to remove it and then one to replace with the general obligation. We'll clean that up, but that's basically what it states there. So no additional. I'm available for questions though.
That it?
That's it.
Okay, members, questions? Okay, Mr. Kahalo.
Hello.
Aloha.
Good to see you. Aloha. Just a quick question. As I was going through some of the tables, there was something about, is your role the administration of school impact fees?
Yes, well, my role
Or
statutorily it is with SFA. There is a transition phase because it's a longer process, and some of the impact fees or the exemptions from fees in lieu of were already being processed by the DOE. So we're in this transition phase.
Thank you. I just wanted to check before the real question.
Yes.
Can you talk just a little bit about what that utilization of the school impact fees are intended to do, and explain what we hope they will do moving forward, or how does that fund get utilized? Because what we are seeing is so far everything's been collected and nothing has been utilized since it has been statutorily started. So if you could go through that a little bit.
Great question.
Thank
And
you.
let me clarify first that my answer will come from the SFA, not the Department of Education. There's a good distinction. I don't want to speak for them. But after 31 years in the DOE, I speak very DOE. So I was just being clear because I don't, they have their own things they have to answer to. So from what I understand, impact fees were created to collect a fee where there's an increase in housing, increase in traffic, et cetera, that there would be monies dedicated to provide adequate space for those keiki in that area. So that's what I believe the intention was. I don't believe it, and then it was only collected in certain areas, right? It's not Hawaii Island no more, right? So I think that was my biggest concern, is that I get the high growth areas and why they did it in those areas, but I wanted to make sure that the ledge wouldn't forget about giving money to areas that need and don't have the ability to to create the impact fees. To my understanding, there hasn't been many expenditures of the impact fee, and definitely not towards the new schools. We know the cost of new schools are in the, scary to say, in the hundreds of millions of dollars. It wouldn't adequately fund it anywhere. So that's the best I can answer. I know where you're going with it, and so would I be hurt if it went away? I don't know. It's hard because we haven't spent any of it yet, and there hasn't been any requests. If the understanding is that that money is all that's going to be used for capital improvement, then I'd be hurt if it goes away. So
that answers the question.
Oh, yay.
Thank you so
Yay.
much.
It's a
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Vice Chair followed. Okay, we'll go Vice Chair followed by Representative Mayu.
Thank you, Chair. So I see on your document that one of your priorities is to identify 2 viable sites for workforce housing. And I think if you've seen the other previous information briefings, we've talked about teacher housing and the need for housing. And so I know that it says the goal is by December of this year. So I'm just wondering, has there been any progress? What kind of discussions have you had? Are there sites being identified specifically? If you could just give us an update on that.
Okay, great. As you know, the last year's legislature, thank you very much, appropriated $170 million for workforce or teacher housing. That was reduced drastically in the governor's budget to balance his budget to $50 million, and then 45 was taken, and BNF has said that that money will be put back in a general obligation bond. We began work initially trying to take the initial allocation that was given to the DOE in partnership with HHFDC, and that was when I was on the board, and that petered out, and I believe that 15 million lapsed, and the understanding might have been that it lapsed into the 170, and that was for Maui. And in talking with HHFDC and the 7 lots in Lahaina, or possibly 8, that it might have been cost prohibitive, but we kept that on our radar anyway to see what players out there. We spent a majority of our time working on an RFQ for that Maui, either that site or to see if there were any other sites. If that one was cost prohibitive, what else is out there? We didn't have a different site, so we went with RFQ, and we did an RFP here on Oahu. And the legislation asked us to look at Nanakuli, Waipahu, Mililani, and Ko Laupoko. Well, I went with the 3 areas that I knew that had principals that were willing to talk story. Nanakuli went a whole different route because of the density and the facing of Hawaiian homes, and would require, I thought, a lot of planning, and we wanted to move faster. So we went to Waipahu, and there was some issues with land tenure. You know that for years, the county, city and county and the DOE were supposed to work together to transfer those 80 parcels, but that parcel wasn't transferred. And so again, that kind of fell down a little lower, and there were issues with the Pearl River and what is the federal government. So we pushed that on the side for a little bit. And there were new construction, the beautiful food academy at Waipahu that was smack dab where they thought housing would go, and left us with Mililani that had 3 viable sites, one that rose to the top, and a principal that was like just a joy to work with. Principal Murphy had this real global type of mentality where he knew that if we did an RFP in his area, that it wasn't for teachers just for Mililani High School or for Mililani or for the complex, right? He was talking about this is a great place to live with restaurants and away from traffic, and would attract our new teachers and give them a place to live and go out onto the coast. So that's kind of where we targeted. We put the RFP out on December 14th with a intent to participate due on January 6th. And so we got some proposals, 11 players, some of the usual suspects that have done housing in Hawaii, have done affordable housing, and then a whole bunch of the national guys that said they would come out and play. On Thursday at 9 o'clock, we have a pre-bid proposal meeting, 1 hour. Just clarify, question and answer. This is what's in the RFP. This is what we're trying to attain. And for you to know, 2 things we're really trying to get. We're trying to get a bunch of houses at the 100 AMI or even less, because we want teachers to be able to come and live. We would also like them to come in and be able to save some money. It means they would stay and not just hang around for a little bit. We have an RFQ ready to go. We're going to stagger it by a few weeks to give us time to breathe and learn the process and get the RFQ put out for Maui, see what's out there for Maui. We've heard a lot of different things on what could be possible. Obviously a smaller, the density and issues and such, and Chair knows this. So we hope to have really good traction on that, find success, have a bunch of players, like the 11, if we can present on Thursday and still have 11 willing to spend their money forward, it costs a lot. It costs a lot to kind of meet, and win this bid. So if they're going to spend that kind of time, we hope that it would gain traction here in this building to replicate this process over and over and over. Again, the Maui one will teach us a little bit about the neighbor islands and the counties that have lower densities. I haven't found operational models that work at 20 units. Like an operator doesn't want to come in. SFA definitely does not want to grow to be a rental agency or operate. And I know our statute allows us to engage with HPHA and things of that nature. So we're hoping to see what a larger project could look like, what a smaller project looks like, and so you guys can start plopping them down. Well, forcing me to plop them down in your areas.
Yeah, well, that's great. I mean, that sounds really promising. And you kind of talked about the larger and smaller. What's the numbers looking like for the Mililani location and then also the Maui one? Do you have sort of estimates on like
I
how
don't.
many?
Well, so I don't. But there's the Coconut Wireless out there, right? We hear that the operational sweet spot, they call it, here on Oahu is 200 units. That's what will really bring our rents down, and that would take a big chunk out of our teacher shortage here on Oahu. And I mean, I would like to live in that Mililani area too. If I was a new teacher, there's restaurants and such. So 200-ish. And we're hoping as the proposals come in, May 17, I believe, is final date where we'll use our selection criteria and we get something out and hopefully get out by July. On the neighboring islands, we're hearing things like 20 is not going to do it. It's got to be 27. Or the little birdie talks about without some money from SFA or from the state and some of the LIHTC credits, the tax credits, that cannot be done, right? And the other birdies have told us that HPHA, all the state agencies doing affordable housing going to eat up all the LIHTC credits, so there may not be players. So I don't know. I hate taking a shot that I think we have a very little chance of hitting, but more and more it seems like there is still players that want us to take that shot anyway and see if we can get 27 in a central area on Maui, would get us to the 100 AMI, that what we're hearing, and would have a player to operate.
Great, thank you for that update.
I have butterflies just saying it because I hate resting on hope, but gotta have hope.
Okay, thank you, Representative Ayu.
First set of questions is, I know we have impact areas for Leeward area and then kind of downtown. What is the demand for schools in these areas?
Yeah, so good question. So out on the coast, there's a bunch of demand, right? We haven't engaged, we've tried to engage with the DOE, who has some study, and they have a very good thought partner. MK Think is a think tank A&E firm that has done some assessments of where schools over capacity and where they're under capacity. And so that's an easy area. They're all over capacity. And that data suggests 6 elementary schools, a middle school, and a high school, right? So in town, not so much. We don't have that data that says our town schools are over capacity. There is capacity here at Kaimuki and at maybe not Roosevelt right now, but at McKinley, McKinley. So we haven't really focused there. If we did, it would be new construction on an existing campus or something of that nature. But definitely up the coast, it's way over capacity. We have some legislation to study building school in central Maui. It's a very general description. And again, we're looking at the data. I hope I'm saying that right. Pu'ukukui is over capacity. They have too many students. But Wailuku is at half capacity, right? So there's so many variables. I know it when we met with Pu'ukukui, and they were like, we're over capacity and we need places. And then you look at their GE numbers and they have 40% GE. So you got to deny some GEs if you're over capacity, force them back to Wailuku. But so there's other issues that go on within communities that people want some kind of school choice. So I get it. Does that answer it?
Yeah, I think that does cover it. So, and my second question is, I know I reached out to you a few months ago, but any movement on Guadalupe Elementary School on what the DOE is planning to do with this, or what?
No, we need to bring that conversation up. At the time, we initiated that conversation with Randy Tanaka, who had a couple of ideas on what should close and what shouldn't close, but Randy's not there now, so we need to bring that back up. But that's a school closure, right? And a property that sits vacant.
In a very affluent neighborhood that could be leveraged for a whole bunch of things that we're not doing anything with.
Absolutely. And so we would like to do that. I wish I could say that we've engaged in more rigorous conversations around properties that have high value, but we haven't. Obviously, agencies in a way want to hold on to their valuable stuff, right? Or what do I get in return? So it's
So I guess my question is, what does the legislature need to do to either empower school facilities authority to be able to take control, or?
Perfect. Our statute says that we must do projects, assigned to us by the legislature, the BOE or the DOE, or the governor, sorry. And so assigning something, putting a dollar value and putting it on there, the stricter the better, like X, Y, and Z at this type of return would force us to, and when we've had that kind of clarity, we've moved pretty quick as FA. Where we're struggling is where there's no clarity, like the Central Maui Elementary or Middle School thing. We need a client to build that for. I want to make that decision on my own, but it's not the prudent thing to do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Representative Cochran.
Thank you. Aloha. Thank you for being here. And so, yeah, you touched upon, I know we discussed the 15 mil originally for those 8 lots up Lahaina Luna Road for teacher housing. So you're saying too cost prohibitive at this time, so not pursuing utilizing the 8 lots? And
Yeah.
if not, what, because it's state owned.
Department of Transportation has the
Right.
title.
So then, I mean, are there any discussions along the school lines, or is it go back now to DOT to decide?
Well, so that there's a little. So the Department of Transportation had the 8 lots. Those 8 lots were supposed to be transferred over to the DOE. In the process of it, HHFTC, something happened. The cost prohibitive thing is probably what happened. And so the lots remain at the DOT. We've participated, on Maui with Joint Housing Task Force, looking at permanent and temporary housing. And it has come up multiple times that these lots are in Lahaina area, more up by Lahaina Luna. They're easily accessible, blah, 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 all of that. And it was talked about for temporary housing. So SFA, we jump in and say, yes, we heard of it. I was on the board when Ed Sniffen and Randy Tanaka were talking, and we talked with Dean at HSFTC, et cetera. So we threw our name out there. After about 4 meetings and no movement, because it's, according to Ed Sniffen, it's in the process of being transferred to DOE. So the last thing we wanted to do was come in and stop it and make it worse. However, we did say we're willing, if there was some MOU or MOA, to take a real shot at it. Since then, I met with Governor's Group, not Governor's Group, just Blake and Scott Glenn, to say, hey, if Governor really wants it, it's within our statute, and we showed him where it said in the statute that the Governor shall bring the 2 agencies together and transfer. So I said, we just throw it out there that we would try. We would have that conversation. They wanted more details than I had, because I only heard it through this call. Every Friday we were having this call, and I don't trust what I just hear, but if any of that is true, we told them we would try. We got clearance last week. Board chair called me and said that Blake had called and said, hey, Governor has appetite to maybe let you have a shot at a temporary type of building there. So that could be in the works. What you should know is there's 7 lots that are contiguous, and there's 1 lot that's off to the side. So we would engage all 8, but the way Wendy's talking about it, at least on Maui, is because of the temporary nature that you would erase the lines, the property lines, and see how many units you could get that would fit within the community and not look like this big monster thing. And that's where we left off. The real plan would be having surveyed those lots and looking at what these temporary modulars that are coming to the state is to put them in such a way you could probably get around 3 per lot. Again, so about 21 on the 7 and then 3 standing on the side. And then the other piece of information we have is that the DOE surveyed their teachers, and over 120 in the survey, this is their numbers, claimed some kind of housing insecurity on Maui, and 29, at the last meeting we had, 29 had done their FEMA forms. I'm not sure what that really means, but the FEMA guy said, yes, we got those applications and they're cleared. So 24 units, those 29, FEMA, maybe FEMA's a player in the game and we don't have to bring money to the table except those lots and whatever, define what temporary really means for Maui.
Okay, and thank you. I'm glad it's still on the table for discussions. And when you said Wendy, that's Wendy Tawamoto?
Mhm.
Okay. And Chair. And so being that we don't have Kamehameha Third School literally, but the land is still state, what's the discussion on that land?
We haven't had, on the, you mean the old site, right, where the school was?
Right, by the Lahaina Harbor.
Where it stands right now, there is no plans. And SFA has not engaged in conversations. I would highly suggest that we stay out of that conversation for a little bit until DOE knows what it wants to do. And because of the high commercial value and rising tides and such that we should look at. There's conversations on Maui on moving that school a little further up the hill before the fires.
Right.
I'd hope that would be what comes out of here, but.
And Chair, lastly, I'm not sure if it's DOE or, with the temporary, the Pulelehua build out, your role or if any, or what's
So
status?
we offered some help to get involved. It was clear early on that SFA's involvement at this point might slow it down, right, FEMA? The temporary plan was to we had an 18-month window, the state of Hawaii, to get all our reimbursables back to FEMA. So the best shot was to let them roll with it, with the DOE as a point of contact, and they would be the face and not get in the way. So we stayed out of the way with that. I will say that A.S. Armstrong has made a request of EOEL to put a pre-K facility there. So EOEL hasn't gotten confirmation from the principal yet, but I told her we'd go and try and do it. And so we will make a pre-K classroom there. We'll see what happens in mid-March when the students move. If they built for a target, if that's too small, then we gotta go find facilities. If they built for a target and many of these families are gonna stay at Wailuku or Pu'ukuku, wherever they are, then we'll know if there's vacant space, we can get in rental for a pre-K or 2 pre-K classrooms really quickly in that area.
Okay, great. Thank you for that update. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much. I think, part of what SFA's mission is to look at some of these projects that we can fast track or do in a different way, but also to evaluate our all of DOE's inventory and to decide what may be the best use. Enrollment has been dropping for over a decade.
Right.
And we just needs to start figuring out. There are schools that there are just few students going there and things like that. And so we need to do assessments. Now, one of the things that the legislature tried to do in the past is exactly what you're talking about earlier, right? That there are like 40% GEing into this school. So what's going on there, right? And maybe they shouldn't be allowing that to happen and things like that. So when we asked DOE, the legislature, that we wanted to do an assessment of where the students were GEing from, so we could assess, like, okay, they came from, someplace that was empty, right? That had the schools were empty, and then the GEing into and causing somebody to be overcrowded and things like that. Part of what they told us was that, there's protections for the students, right? So they have to give us aggregated information. So we cannot find out exactly what students are moving. They did it in kindergarten and they're freshmen in high school now, right? Because you wouldn't know, right? But somebody has to track all of that, right? So, but maybe you could, right, do that kind of assessment, gather the information from the department, and start figuring out, right, where these students are coming from. Because, part of what I was telling people in the new Kia high school is I said, they are not going to get the population that they think they're going to get because kids are still going to go to Baldwin to do whatever and Maui High to do whatever or whatever, right? So, because Kekauli kids had that on Maui where the estimate was like, over time it was like 200 students GE'd out, right? But you don't know when they GE'd, right? So, and they're causing other campuses, Maui High is overcrowded, right? And things like that. So that's happening statewide, right? All over the place.
Every island.
Right? All over the place. So somebody needs to do that assessment, right? Of all these things. Now, sometimes it makes sense. Like if they're GEing into an empty campus, then, maybe that makes sense, right? But somebody needs to make that assessment, and nobody's doing that. And the only way we're going to be able to evaluate all our assets is if we have that information of where it is and where they're GEing from, right? Because, and I get it, like in urban Honolulu, parents want their kids to come here because it's convenient for them, right? They don't have to drive home in traffic. They can pick them up late and all this kind of stuff. So, all that has to come into account. But we don't know, right? We haven't done that evaluation. Is that something that you think?
Yeah, so I have a comment for that, right? I leave the DOE a year and a half ago. I struggled to leave the DOE. It's safe, it's home, it's 30 years. I'm the senior superintendent. I'm comfortable. I'm getting paid decent money. But I know that's the mission, right? I've held my principals accountable to, come on, Kaz, we need a new building. We need a new building. Show me your kindergarten data. Why you need my kindergarten data? Just show me. Show me the kindergarten data. 120 kids at that school. Show me how many are GE. 59 were GE. Right? You're like, hey, that's 50%. You don't need a new building. You need to grow some and level this thing off. So I've had those conversations. I don't believe we have it enough across the state. And I will say my frustration in this job so far has been in helping to be complementary with the DOE and doing it. In fact, I think I got myself in a bunch of trouble on the DOE side, pointing out facilities that had higher use or better value for to be something else. And I take the blame for that. I just thought we were having a frank conversation, right? So there's been a bunch of that. And it is hard to be the external guy doing this to this big entity. And it's not a Keith thing or now Kurt. It's not. It's just, it's hard to do. It's hard to close a school. I had a conversation with Randy Iwase today and my uncle Hugh Ono, who was head of DAGS. And they're like, you the guy, you got to do this, blah, blah, blah. And I go, okay, then Jefferson Elementary right there. And they're like, hey, wait, we both went to school there. So the same guys that are telling me, come on, muscle up, get strong, go find plenty of it. And I get it. So, but I would appreciate that SFA continues to get this support to push on our entire state system, not to battle with DAGS or DOE or DOT or anybody, but to force us to be complementary and find solutions so we can do that. Yeah. 300 campuses, right? In 1916, you guys know the data. When we were a statehood, we had 160,000 kids in schools. We get 165,000 kids now. All these years later, we get like 40% more schools. Yeah. We gotta do something. And then the final part, to your point, the DOE did try some of that. MK Think that was brought in did a pretty good analysis. They did a pretty good analysis for us on Maui, but we gotta use it.
Yeah, they gave me some of that before the studies that they've done and things like that. But the whole point is that
you gotta act on it.
Yeah, somebody has to stay on top of that, and it has to be something ongoing. And there's I don't know what the answer is because the legislature needs access, but and there has to be something to protect the individual's child, right? Their privacy and those kind of things. And that's why we couldn't get the information. But we still need to know.
There are ways to do it.
Yeah. So I only bring that up because I think eventually that should be this department's
I agree with you. I agree with you.
So we love to continue that conversation because I think that's kind of important, right? The any kind of to Representative Kaholo's comments earlier, any kind of upfront fee that affects housing, I've always been opposed to it because if affordable housing and putting teachers in workforce housing and all that, and we're charging all these fees to add to the cost of the home, right? Because whoever the developer is or whoever it is, they're not going to eat it, right? Whatever that cost is, they're just going to pass it on to the cost of the home. So all those types of fees, I've always been opposed to them and kind of thought that we need to go in the opposite direction where if you want to, and this is where, again, this is the hard fixes, right? So the hard fix is that in my opinion, to be able to have some kind of sustainable or ongoing revenue stream, it has to be on property tax. It has to be on the over a long period of time, and it has to be weighted to the non-resident.
Yeah.
Right. And to kind of protect it, and it has to be comprehensive. It cannot be just that. It has to be how we're going to adjust income and how we're going to adjust all the other taxes and things like that. So the only entity that can do that kind of comprehensive adjustment and who we tax and how we tax them is the state.
Right.
And so we eventually need that authority or some kind of mechanism to be able to do that. But any kind of upfront fee, I think, is a mistake. So I appreciate that you're open to that because
to be very clear, we're really open to that conversation. We know the unintended consequence. I know why it sounds so good, and then unintended consequences. When I lived in San Diego, my first house had a Melrose tax. I don't even know how to spell it. I should look it up. But it was basically, it was levied against me month by month in my like a property tax structure, so they could build the new schools. And then I moved before my kids went to school. But I paid for part of it. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, Representative Cochran.
Thank you. And after the fires, you folks moving forward into the future, what sorts of, what have you learned and what do you feel we're going to improve upon, in building new facilities or existing facilities too?
Yeah, well, all wood structure facilities has been off the table for quite a long time. And I see the new schools that we built with the CMA or CMT or these different cinder block type construction, absolutely much better construction. I think what we've learned more about people's resiliency and their willingness to stay on Maui is what we saw when the lava flows happened in Puna. We lost 700 houses and people, they stayed. And they built again on another lava zone. So I think we just got to keep our eyes wide open and see what's going on and present possibilities, opportunities. I went as far back as looking at response to tidal waves in 1946 and 60, where communities came together and took big parcels of state land. And my mom's like, go run to this place. All of these guys lived on Wailoa Street, got washed out. The state just made these lots available. So forcing our community, giving our communities choice, but forcing them to make reasonable decisions and not building Lava Zone 1, perhaps, is something that you guys need to consider. But that's something that I think we've learned along the way. And then, luckily, disasters are so few and far between that we start to forget. Recently, we had lava, fire. So we have some memory, and that makes me sad that it happened so soon.
And lastly, Chair, and then evacuation routes out of the schools, is that on your, topic of discussion to look into?
Well, that sits on the operational part with the DOE. But in talking about that, a lot of conversation, even in this building, around fire alarms and sprinklers, around evacuation, around, I hate to say, active shooter, around designing for active shooter. Once upon a time, we put windows in all of our doors so that we could keep our doors closed for AC, but teachers still could see the kids. Now we're trying to cover those windows to make sure that an active shooter doesn't have a target. So it continues to move, but we continue to evolve. And so yes, evacuation routes, bomb threat, shelter in place versus evacuating campuses, it's all made in design, right? Having two areas of egress on a campus rather than one, et cetera, things that are within most of the ed specs that we get nationally anyway.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Okay, thank you very much
Thank
for
you,
coming
guys.
in.
Have
We
a good
appreciate it. We
session.
look forward to working with you. Okay, members, that's the last one. We are adjourned.